I'm honored to open the 13th edition of the Week of Innovating Regions in Europe conference. I'm sorry I cannot be there in Budapest to greet all of you in person. Let me start by thanking and congratulating the Hungarian National Research, Development and Innovation Office for organizing the WIRE conference as part of the events program of the Hungarian Presidency of the Council, with the support of the European Commission through Horizon Europe. The theme of this year's conference is Regions as Catalysts of European Research, Development and Innovation Competitiveness. During these 2 days, you will hear and discuss how regions can and should play a key role in fostering research and innovation to boost European competitiveness and in reducing the fragmentation of the European innovation ecosystem. I think we can all agree that research and innovation are key ingredients, if not the key ingredients of EU's competitiveness. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has emphasized the importance of placing research and innovation, science and technology at the heart of our economy in her political guidelines. And this has been highlighted in recent high-level reports, such as the Letter report on the single market, the Draghi report on EU competitiveness, as well as a report from the Commission expert group on the interim evaluation of Horizon Europe, the so-called HATER report. European leaders, in their call for a new competitiveness deal, also stressed the need for increased investments to achieve the target of 3% of GDP spending on research and development. Over the past few decades, as you all know, the competitiveness of the EU vis-à-vis third countries like the United States has significantly declined, as evidenced by its slower productivity and economic growth. In this context, restoring our competitiveness is vital for preserving the EU's social model, accelerating the twin transition and achieving strategic autonomy, given the current geopolitical landscape that we live in. This calls for strengthening our research and innovation performance and for a new set of more ambitious policies in the coming years, which need the steer and support of all levels of administration, from the European to the national, regional and local ones, working together. Europe has all the resources to lead the global innovation race. We have excellent researchers in science, we have excellent innovation talent, first-class research centers and world-class research and technology infrastructures. But we also face some obstacles that hinder the full deployment of our potential. First, we still do not invest sufficiently in research and innovation. At 2.3% of our GDP, we are still far from reaching the 3% R&D target that we set for ourselves more than 2 decades ago. Bridging this investment gap is of paramount importance, especially as we see the US pushing through sharply in the past years to reach R&D investment levels of nearly 3.5%. Second, we still suffer from an innovation divide. Many regional and national ecosystems continue to lag behind and are unable to mobilize their full potential. R&D investments vary widely across member states, with some of the weakest performers not even reaching a 1% investment of their GDP. Some countries with very low levels have also recorded the smallest increases between 2001 and 2021, pointing to a growing innovation gap in some cases. The innovation divide is also visible within member states, with both R&D expenditure and innovation outputs too concentrated in capital regions. In addition, many national and regional innovation ecosystems suffer from deep structural shortcomings that hinder their ability to make an effective and impactful use of the low R&D investments. If we do not manage to mobilize all the potential throughout the EU, will not be able to achieve our objectives to remain an innovation leader globally, and this can have deep economic, social, and political consequences for the overall cohesion of the EU. Third, Europe's research and innovation ecosystem remains fragmented. This hinders our ability to pull resources together against common global challenges, to reach minimum critical mass and achieve larger efficiency and effectiveness in our actions. In order to address these obstacles, at the EU level, the European Commission has already adopted a series of measures. First, to address our underinvestment and innovation divide, in the current multi-annual financial framework, the Recovery and Resilience Facility will mobilize more than 55 billion euros devoted to research and innovation. Horizon Europe, the world's largest and most ambitious program in terms of funding, will mobilize more than 95 billion with a dedicated widening program for countries and regions lagging behind. Cohesion policy will also mobilize more than 35 billion euros for research and innovation. Secondly, a revitalized European research area policy agenda has been set in place since 2021 to continue to address the fragmentation. The next cycle of the ERA policy agenda for the years 25 to 27 is expected to be adopted in the first half of 25. We will build on what we have achieved so far. We want to continue advancing our ambition to create a single, borderless market for research, innovation and technology across Europe, and establish ERA as the fifth freedom, as affirmed by the recent Letta report. Third, to address our innovation deficit, the new European Innovation Agenda, which was launched 2 years ago, identified key priorities for joint actions to structure an innovation policy agenda. One of its 25 measures, the Regional Innovation Valleys, plays an important role in promoting interconnected ecosystems where European talent is pooled through interregional collaborations. Despite these efforts, we are well aware that the EU alone cannot manage to move the needle and achieve our common objectives. We need to work hand in hand in building coordinated long-term policies together with national and regional administrations and in close partnership with innovators and other institutional partners. We can only achieve our objectives if we work together. The WIRE conference is a great occasion to discuss and exchange best practices on how regions can be catalysts for change in place-based innovation. What are the tools and funding opportunities that are available for regional and local authorities? What we can improve in the future as we prepare for the next multi-annual financial framework and the continuation of Horizon Europe. The stakes are high, but I'm confident in our ability to achieve our ambitious goals. I wish you a fruitful exchange and rich conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Hello everyone. I think you can hear me well. Thank you. I am honored to speak after Deputy Director General Signerato, and I am honored to welcome you in the Week of Innovative Regions 2024 conference in Budapest, Hungary. I am Borbála Seng, the Head of Department for International Affairs at the National Research Development and Innovation Office in Hungary. And I have two hats now here in this welcoming speech. One hat is being the head of the organizing team of this conference, and the other hat is the host and the speaker for making this event possible, the Week of Innovative Regions Conference in Hungary, in Budapest. I have 3 very, very good reasons to be happy here in this short and brief welcoming speech. One is that throughout the months we have been preparing the program of the conference, we, I hope, managed to put together a program that is addressing very important priorities of the European research, development and innovation discussions, but also the Hungarian presidency. First of all, the Hungarian presidency set as a priority to boost the European competitiveness through multiple regions in this discussion and also in this process. Second of all, it is also a priority of the Hungarian presidency to combat the fragmentation of the European research, development and innovation ecosystems. This conference is addressing this priority, this ambition from 2 aspects. First of all, we are going to discuss how regions can be catalysts for fostering the quadruple helix research and innovation ecosystems. And the other aspect we are going to tackle is how regions can help overcoming the divide, the innovation divide between various regions of Europe. And thirdly, I am very happy to announce that we have 165 participants registered for this conference from 22 countries, and a large number of the participants are coming from the widening region, which is for us especially important, and we are very happy to be able to mobilize interest from a region which is not always very active in these conversations, but we do hope that this conference will be a great opportunity to channel these different types of experiences, ideas, and creativity in this ongoing discussion. I would like to thank all the speakers of our conference for making this event an inspiring and very exciting 2 days we are really looking forward to. And also I would like to thank our host, the Moholy Nagy University of Arts and Design, for providing such a great and inspiring venue for our discussions. The motto of our conference was be a part of shaping European discussion, be a part of shaping a discussion that boosts European competitiveness. For this, I would like to wish you all exciting discussions, exciting exchanges of ideas for these 2 days. And we have to know that this conference will not stop, will not end tomorrow at 3:20 when the closing session finishes, but the videos will be available. A publication will also be available with the main takeaway messages and the most important lessons learned. So we do hope that this conference will have the potential of shaping this discussion of the European RDI competitiveness for a long time. Thank you very much for being here, and I wish you, on behalf of the Ministry for Culture and Innovation and the National Research, Development and Innovation Office, a very fruitful, very exciting 2 days at the WIRE conference. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, dear participants, dear colleagues. My name is Reka Mateiras. I'm the CEO of this university, and it's a great honor to host you at our campus, at the campus of MOME, the University of Art and Design in Budapest. Having spent my first 15 years of my career in cohesion policy, it's my personal pleasure to speak at this conference and to be here actively with you. Let me shortly introduce and give you an overview of our institution, of our university, of what we do here, and also highlight the opportunities and the potential design can do in fostering competitiveness, fostering regional innovation. The three gentlemen you see in the picture are the three main figures whose legacy is really important at our university and who shape the mission and values of our universities. The first one is Franz Josef, who was the founder of this. He was one of the greatest figures of the Bauhaus movement in the 1930s, and he was very novel and very revolutionary in introducing interdisciplinarity and combining and connecting art, architecture, photography, and putting all this into a social contact. So his approach and his vision is very important in forming the mission of our university, and it was a very important driving force when we took over his name in 2006. The third gentleman, Arne Rubik, who was the inventor of the Rubik Cube, is also very important. He was a lecturer at our university and also an alumni of this university, and it was actually in this building that the Rubik Cube was invented. So his approach to design and using design as a core to innovation and a core driving force for innovation is the second very important mission that we also think and value, that we think very important when defining our roles and in the ecosystem. So we think of ourselves, we think of our university as a community of students, researchers, innovators who work very closely together for a mission-driven approach and for giving possible solutions for future challenges. These challenges, let it be economic, social, or wider challenges. The university has three pillars. The biggest and most important being, of course, the academia, which is the educational pillar of the university. It's a small university, meaning we have 950 students altogether in the BA, MA, and the doctorate program. We have a tech park, which is the technological background for the university, providing cutting-edge technology for both researchers, students, and lecturers. And the Innovation Center, which is the third pillar, which is the home for research and development and innovation activities of the university. When we talk about the innovation and research activities, we can gather them in three main points. What I have already mentioned is creating impact and using design as a driving force for innovation in all our projects, in all our research initiatives. We think of ourselves as a player to inspire also other designers across the Central and Eastern European region, but also an actor who inspires other players from other sectors and other areas, other disciplines. And also, we think of ourselves not as a standalone institution, but as an innovation ecosystem and building up on a very close cooperation with diverse stakeholders around the universities, nationally and internationally. In the second part of my lecture, after giving a very brief overview of our institution, I would like to talk a little bit about the potential of design, both on a micro and macro level. So we work very closely with companies, we work very closely with the market, and we have the Innovation Center has just conducted, well, it's the second research project to have an overview of the maturity of companies when it comes to design. So how do companies approach design, and how do they use design, and what do they think about design as a tool for their competitiveness, as a tool for having a competitive position at the market. So the CE Design Maturity Trend Report, which is the second in a row. The first was conducted in Hungary, and the second was extended into the region, involving Poland and Slovakia as well. The methodology contained 35 questions, and it was a mix of methods asking senior management, participants, and business leads. So you see that Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary were involved, with altogether 276 answers. So altogether, oh, something happened with this slide. Sorry about that. So this should be summarizing the number of participants who participated according to the size of the company. That in the first one, and that is according to the sector they were active in. And as a result of this survey, we concluded that there were 4 different levels of design maturity that companies use. The first one, we called it the 4P. The first one is potential, where companies use design exclusively for aesthetics only, so for example, their brand identity. The second level is progress, which means design is used for improving client experience. So UX design was already introduced as a design discipline. Level number 3 is perspective, where design starts to be used for internal services and internal operations, using, for example, service design as an important tool. And the fourth one, the most mature and the most developed, is where design is being introduced and being used as part of the strategy and being implemented throughout the overall operations of the company. This was the micro level when we talk about companies and the competitiveness of companies. We truly believe in that design has a very strong potential to improve competitiveness on a micro level, but it also has a very important role on a macro level when we talk about regional development, when we talk about a national or international level. There are several design-related methodologies that we think could have a greater potential in using in different levels of innovation. Just to name a few, design thinking, you probably already know, is a discipline that is widely spread, but I would like to raise the attention to a very exciting methodology called speculative design, which designs for the future and designs with a methodology not taking into consideration the restrictions of the present. And it's a very good tool to give us scenarios for different unpredictable or predictable futures. Or data visualization is also a very good tool when we talk about awareness raising, or when we talk about how to bring attention to impact of different levels, either economic or social impact. And of course, service design is also something that can be used not only within a company's operation, but also as a wider level. I collected a few projects to give you, I think maybe it gives you a better, more thorough look into how these methodologies can be used, and also the potential of design and the complexity design can bring when tackling social or economic problems. They are all projects that students make, so they are all student projects. Some of them are diploma projects, some of them are award projects, so the student prepared and got awarded for internationally, and some of them are just class projects that were produced over class. So I selected 4 of these projects, but I would also like to raise your attention to the exhibition that is downstairs at the ground, where there is an exhibition of future materials and a selection of works that students, researchers, and some partners have elaborated in the area of future materials and circular economy. But let me go back to the project. And I have selected different areas. This is an upcycling architectural project, but I think it's a very exciting project also to highlight what a student-level project can also bring new thoughts in regional development, for example. This student, this is a diploma work, by the way. This student, an architecture student, he was addressing a challenge in the eastern part of Hungary, where the train line 78, it's called, is not working anymore. It used to connect smaller, abandoned, smaller villages, smaller towns. It's not working anymore, and also these little towns are disadvantaged and lack a lot of services, let it be health services or other services that attract population there. So what he was saying is it's a great infrastructure to use, it's a great infrastructure to think for further use, and he designed a service called shops, for example, that were absent in the region, and by connecting these and using also the buildings of the train stations, designing a very complex system of services at the region, and thus a good potential for attracting new population. So that's an exciting example for upcycling architecture. This other project, a social resilience project, is also using the future, speculative design methodology that I had mentioned before. And it's, this is an award-winning project, but it was elaborated during a class. And the students were given the task of working with the climate crisis challenge in Hungary in 2030. So they had to imagine a scenario in 2030 where the climate crisis hits Hungary. So this student worked with the Great Plain of Hungary, which is predicted to be a desert by 2030 due to climate change. And this will bring about a lot of changes in the flora and the fauna, of course, of this region. So he searched that the bees will be completely extinct due to this change in the flora, and that there will be no bees in the region at the time. So he did a research and found an ant species in Australia that has the same abilities as the bees, so they can produce honey as well. So they are called honey ants, and are completely adapted to deserts and that's climate in Australia. So what he did after this research, he designed a complete farm for these honey ants. And not only did he design the plant itself, but also the complete manufacturing structure, the complete way of how the honey would be produced, and also the product itself. So it's a very complex example of how, with speculative design, given to this future scenario of climate change, he came up with this solution of designing a completely new farm with these new species. The third example is also a very nice example of data storytelling. So we use a lot of data, and we tend to try to persuade people with the data we have, but just using charts is usually not enough. So these methodologies, data storytelling, and using, for example, data sculptures or data as a source for designing products, is also very exciting to see how the data can be the basis of designing an object. So this student, it's also a diploma work called Heina Jedwicki. She designed a database objects, dysfunctional tableware, which represents, or which were designed based on the data gathered at Lake Balaton. Lake Balaton is the biggest lake in Hungary, and in recent years there have been a lot of overuse of the territory and also of the shores, and there have been a lot of overbuilding and a lot of cutting of the natural environment. So what she did here is she showed this human intervention happening at Lake Balaton by this table bar. For example, in the plates you see in the bottom, that shows the slope, the agriculture, the erosion of the natural slope used for agriculture, vineyards usually. And so this is how over the 4 past years this erosion has increased. And you can see how this is represented by the angle of the plate there. And it also shows that the more the plate, the steeper it is, the more and more difficult it is to eat from it. So it's also a very nice way. She was also organizing a sort of a play out of this, so how the different tableware made it more and more difficult to eat from the designed object. For the mugs, for example, they represent the natural, the plant, the breed that grows from the water, and that has been very drastically cut due to the overbuilding of the territory. So that actually shows the ratio of the fresh cuts and the natural environment that was left. So it also shows that it makes it very difficult to drink from it. The mug, unfortunately you cannot see the top, it also shows the ratio, it's concrete from the inside, and it also shows the ratio of the building and the natural environment. And the concrete inside makes it very thick and very little room for the water to be filled, so it actually makes it very difficult for usage. So that's also a very nice example of how we can show data in a more innovative, some different ways. And the last one is an example from a circular economy, or the challenge of creating nature-based yards and textile materials. This project is exhibited at the Future Materials exhibition downstairs at the ground. So if you have a look, you'll be able to see that in person. As you probably know, the fashion industry and the textile industry is one of the most polluting industries in the world. And this student was experimenting with introducing nature-based yards in the textile industry by only using natural sources and natural colors. And this gave a very, and this is all made of different beetles and different little insects colorings. So they're all natural colors, and also the more shiny you see in a fabric, the most synthetic it is usually. So she wanted to experiment of how can these shiny yards can be substituted by natural version of the yard. So this is an experiment of the material research, and it's a very nice example of also she made it open source for all the small emerging textile designers to use her experiments and her results in their activities. So these were the 4 examples I wanted to show you. And just one last slide is MoME is a strategic partner to the New European Bauhaus initiative initiated by the Commission. And as part of this approach, which is of course very near to, very close to our mission of combining sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics, we are organizing with our partner, the Young Architectural Center. We are organizing an event next week in the theme of the New European Bauhaus, and that will be exploring exactly the potential of design in and looking at the potential of design methodology in local and central development, regional development. So thank you very much. This was all I wanted to, just to give you a brief overview and an insight of what we do here at this university. So I wish you a very nice conference for the rest of the day. Thank you.
I would like to thank Reka Mataides for her very interesting, I can say, context-setting speech for the conference. And we are very happy to be able to showcase some good examples, or actually a lot of good examples of Hungarian creativity, research skills throughout your stay here in Budapest. Before I give the floor to our keynote speaker, I would like to ask you to please take a look at your chairs or the chairs next to you, and you will find this cube there. This is, so as you might know, the symbol of the Hungarian EU presidency is the Rubik's Cube, or the magic cube, as it is called in Hungarian. And this is not the magic cube, but magic in another dimension, because this is a tool for helping the Hungarian school kids learn to count, basically, to learn calculus and the maths. As this conference is a great opportunity for networking, we actually found out a networking game for these 2 days. You might have noticed that in your badges, you can see only the names, so no institution, no country, okay? This is intentional, because we would like to encourage the flow of conversation and dialogues. For example, by, hello, Borbala, where are you from, where you work? Are you from Hungary? Are you from this? Are you working for the industry? Engage in a conversation with someone you don't know, of course. Then after the conversation, please exchange these little, I don't know what they are called, pieces of paper, dots, okay? And we would like to ask you and the conversation partner to sign it, like draw a flower on it, something. So there should be a drawing or some kind of written, like maybe a letter. And at the end of the conference, the participants who collected the most paper dots with some writing on it will receive some kind of a prize, which is a secret, okay? So we would like to encourage you to take this cube with you. Of course, all of you who want to participate, but I hope you do. Please bring it to the networking dinner as well, because it's also a great possibility. And at the closing session, we are going to see who collected the biggest number of dots signed or with a drawing on it, okay? So we do hope that with this little game, we will make networking easier and more fun. And with all that, I would like to give the floor now to our keynote speaker, Ron Boschma, the professor from Utrecht University. Professor Boschma, I would like to give the floor.
Sorry, I need a drink. Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, thank you very much for the invitation. It's very nice to be here, and a big honor to address the keynote here at the conference. It's on a topic that is really close to my heart, which is about regional development traps. You might have heard about, well, I'm sure you have heard about the notion of traps. There's poverty traps, there are middle income traps, and quite recently this notion of traps have been applied to the subnational scale, and there have been some interesting work on that quite recently. And that was one of the reasons, main motivation why we thought we would also like to work on this particular topic, but more from an evolutionary perspective, and I will say something on that. This is a joint project that I did with Pierre-Alex Ballan, a good colleague and friend of mine. Actually, it was an assignment by DG Regio, which we worked on last year. We're still trying to publish it in a scientific journal, but of course reviewers take a lot of time nowadays, so we haven't heard from them yet. We are quite enthusiastic about the things, how they work in terms of measuring regional development traps and to what extent they might have an economic impact on regions. So first a bit about the notion of traps. What are traps, right? So as I said, maybe the most well-known notion of trap is the middle income trap, right, which concerns countries, emerging countries that developed rapidly but are able to grow at some point of time. And there might be a number of reasons for that. First of all, because of rising labor cost and land cost, they might be unable to compete with low-income countries in more labor-intensive and more mature industries. But they're also trapped in the sense that they lack still strong capabilities to compete with high-income countries in more knowledge-intensive industries. So kind of they're stuck in the middle, and they have a hard time to get out of that trap. So that is a kind of well-established literature. There are many empirical papers, but almost all of them are at the national scale. So we were thinking about trying to see to what extent that also makes sense to apply that to the regional scale, to the regional level. So one influential paper is a paper done by Simone Yamarino and Andres Rodriguez Posi and others that actually developed the notion of regional development trap. And they defined it in terms of economic output indicators. So a region is being trapped when it shows a persistent low economic growth. And they made a combined indicator by looking at gross regional product per capita, employment and productivity. So they made a combined indicator, and then they were measuring that for all European regions, and and that's how they defined regions with a very low persistent economic growth rate over time. This paper has been quite influential also in Brussels, has been part of thinking about the future of future cohesion policy. But it is an economic output indicator. So we thought, okay, maybe we have to go a bit beyond that, because we also want to know when a region is trapped, whether that has any economic consequences. But when you already define your trap concept, building and incorporating economic output, you cannot actually assess being trapped or not on economic performance. So we were thinking about doing it in a different way, and we were quite inspired by the so-called regional lock-in literature by Robert Hassink, by Gerhard Graber and others that already some time ago developed this notion of regional lock-in. Actually, it goes back to Brian Arthur, right, on the increasing returns and past dependencies. And basically, in the economic geography literature at least, this regional lock-in concept was applied to the lack of adaptability of old industrial regions, right? So they might get locked in a cognitive way, or in a political way, or in an economic way, and that makes that it's really hard to move out of this trap, and therefore they have a very low adaptability, a very low capacity to move into new economic activities. So we tried to, we were quite inspired by that literature and thinking about, okay, how can we define regional development traps? So one of the observations that we made in previous papers is that cities or regions have capabilities that might enhance but can also constrain their capacity to diversify into more complex activities, and I will come back to that. So there are actually two notions that we take on board when defining our regional development trap. First of all is the principle of relatedness, which refers to what extent do you have relevant capabilities to move into something new, to diversify into a new economic activity. For example, if you want to go AI, as a region, do you have the relevant capabilities to move into AI? If not, then the cost will be very high to diversify into AI, and therefore maybe it might be wise not to go into that. The second notion that we used comes from economic complexity literature introduced by Cesar Hidalgo and Ricardo Hausmann at Harvard and MIT, and really refers to the fact, well, you can try to develop new economic activities, but you would prefer to develop the most complex ones, because the most complex one would mean that you don't have much competition and you might get high economic returns. So we built on those two types of notions because when doing research in some papers that we published already in the past, we can actually see, and I will come back to how it has been measured, but just to give you an idea how this really works, so you have relatedness on the x-axis and complexity on the y-axis, and each dot stands for an industry. And this is the example of Île-de-France, the Paris region. So each node stands for an industry. For example, there on the top you see computer programming, consultancy and related activities. And here we could distinguish between about, I think it was about 60 or 80 different types of industries. And actually what you can see is that there is a positive relationship between relatedness and complexity. So in a way, Île-de-France has most relevant capabilities in the most complex industries. So it has really good diversification opportunities to move into the most complex one that will bring the highest economic returns. No wonder that Île-de-France region, the Paris region, is one of the richest and highest income regions in Europe, because it has many opportunities to move into the most complex activities that will bring highest economic returns. A relative comparative advantage, yes, sorry, okay. I have only 20 minutes. So actually what you can see is that the relatedness, okay, I go into your question. So the bigger the node, the more Île-de-France is specialized in this particular industry, right? And here we use employment data, right? So actually what you can see is that the relatedness argument really works well, because the more you go to the right, the bigger the nodes become. And this is what you would expect, right? Because the more relevant capabilities are present for that particular industry, the more specialized that region is in that particular industry. So in that sense, it really works well. But here we have Silesia region, an old industrial region, coal mining region, steel regions in Poland. And this is a different story, because Silesia has a different history, has accumulated different capabilities over time, which again provide opportunities, but also set limits to what you can achieve in this diversification process. Here you see a negative relationship between relatedness density and complexity, meaning, yes, Silesia has some opportunities to diversify into some industries, but those are the least complex activities. So it will not bring too many high returns, economic returns, because they have to compete with many other regions in those particular industries. Extremadura region, peripheral region in Spain. Actually, the relatedness density score, maximum value is 100. So you can actually see here, well, first of all, that Extremadura has hardly any specializations, but also it has very little opportunities to diversify into any industry, because they have very little relevant capabilities to do so, no matter whether it's a high complex or a low complex activity. That's why Extremadura region is one of the poorest regions in Europe, and therefore the future does not really look that bright, because it does not really have opportunity to diversify into anything, let alone into more complex activities. So we were using this type of empirical observations to see, can we really build, can we use this type of input to build a regional development trap concept. So what we're actually doing is, there might be some regions that have little diversification opportunities in most complex activities. So you might be trapped in a low complex economy, like the Silesia region, you remember, so very little opportunities in the most complex activities. It does not really have those opportunities, so it might be trapped in a low complex economy. But also the example of Extremadura, some regions might have none opportunities to diversify, let alone a low or high complex activity. So they might be trapped in a what might be referred to as a low innovation economy. Okay. This is the input that we used in order to develop this regional development trap concept, and we used 2 indicators for that, and we have a 2x2 matrix. On the x-axis we have the average relatedness density, so it is referring to what extent do you have relevant capabilities in any industry, and you sum that up for all the industries that are part of your data set. So you have a low average relatedness density or a high average relatedness density. A low average relatedness density would mean that you have very little opportunities to diversify into anything. At the Extremadura case, Well, the average relatedness density, when it is very high, you have many opportunities in many different industries to develop those further. And then on the y-axis, you have the average complexity. That is the current economic structure of the region. Are you specialized in low complex activities or in high complex activities on average? And so you get then a 2x2 matrix. And then what is also nice about that is that you get a typology of different types of regional development traps. So we go beyond the question, are you trapped or not in a middle income trap, or are you trapped in a regional development trap? No, we can have a typology of different types of traps that we can. So here we have our low complexity trap. So you have opportunities to diversify, but only in low complex activities. There we call low relatedness trap. That is a very interesting one because you have little opportunities to diversify while the region still has some high complex activities. This might be due to the fact that due to investments of multinational corporations that have remained cathedrals in that particular region, so there are very little spillovers to the local economy. So you still have a high complex economy, but you have very little opportunities to diversify into anything. And that's an interesting trap situation. And then, of course, you have the structural trap, the Extremadura regions, right? Little opportunities, and you have a low complex economy, and you're kind of stuck into that. So you have three types of traps. Of course, the complexity loop, you're fine, right? So you have many opportunities in the most complex activities. This is the Ile-de-France region, right? That is in a complexity loop. So they don't have to worry too much about their future. Okay, this is the concept. This is a bit of the theory behind it, now the data. So we did that for all European regions. We used employment data by industry, by region, which we derived from Eurostat. We used the structural business statistics. Well, there are a lot of problems with the structural business statistics. I don't know if you have any experience in working with this type of data. First of all, it's not comprehensive. So it only covers about 54% of all economic activities in our economy. So we really had to work hard to get that right. So we merged that data set with the Ardeco data set in order to get a more comprehensive data set, although those data are much more aggregated. Well, I don't go into any technical details. But in the end, after we're having done a lot of work on that, we developed a data set in which we could distinguish between 33 sectors at the 2-digit NACE code covering a long period. We had data on 240 NUTS2 regions in all EU 27 countries. About measuring relatedness density, we followed the kind of simple procedure in which we first had to define the degree of relatedness between each pair of industries, which was done. We followed the science paper by Hidalgo et al., published in 2007, in which each pair of region is measured in terms of the degree of relatedness based on co-occurrence of analysis. So basically what I do is very simple. When two industries pop up in combination at the country level or at the regional scale, that might not be a coincidence, but they might share similar capabilities, and that's why you often find them in combination at that spatial scale. And we use that information, then we regionalize it, and we use the relatedness density measure, which will get a maximum value if you have relevant capabilities to develop one particular industry. So if you have all of those relevant capabilities that you need to move into that industry, you have a maximum value of 1. If you have no relevant capabilities whatsoever to move into, for example, AI, you have a minimum value of 0. And therefore, and what you would expect, of course, the higher the relatedness density, the more you will be able to exploit the capabilities to move into a new economic activity that you would like to promote. And then you take the average relatedness density to all industries for a given region. So actually it's a measure of to what extent you have a potential to move into many new industries over time. Complexity can have a long, and there's always a long debate about how to measure economic complexity. There's not really a kind of agreement in the literature, but we just did it in a very simple way because we wanted to build a measure of how complex an industry actually is. And we want to compare each industry with any other industry. So industries are considered complex, according to Hidalgo and Hausman, when being unique. So actually what it is saying is that if you have many countries in the world or many regions in Europe, and in which and if some countries or some regions are able to specialize in a particular activity, but not many other countries and not many regions, that might give a first indication that this activity might be very complex to develop. That there are only very few countries or regions actually capable of doing that. So it calculates how many regions produce the activities in which they have a comparative advantage. But more importantly, a complex activity is a complex industry is an industry that is able to combine many different types of capabilities. So AI, for example, is a very complex technology because it does not really rely on one particular knowledge piece, but it has to bring many different capabilities together, and that's why it makes it so complex. And you take that into account. And then you measure an average economic complexity of all industries in which a region has a comparative advantage. So how is your economy, does it consist of high complex industries or low complex industries? Now you can have a nice long discussion about those rankings of those industries. As I said, we distinguish between 33 industries. And guess what? What is our most complex industry? The motion picture industry. Everybody would immediately think, well, that must be, for sure, those high-tech industries will rank very high because they are the most complex one. No, motion industry is the most complex one. Why? Because when producing a film, you really have to bring a lot of different types of expertise together in order to produce a film. And therefore, it's a super complex activity. And so we took that on board. Computer programming scores very high. The least complex industries that we measured was mining and quarrying, agricultural activity, basic manufacturing, right? So in a way it makes sense. It's kind of intuitive, although you can always have discussions about some of the industries in this complexity rankings. But I think it works really well. These are the regions that are being trapped in Europe. So, of course, except for the ones that are in a complexity loop, right? So, my Spanish colleague here. So you will see, for Spain it really works pretty well, right? Basque Country, here, in a complexity loop, not being trapped. Catalonia, Madrid. So those are the regions that really excel there in a complexity loop, right? So they have many opportunities to move into the most complex activities. So they will do well, so we expect them to do well, so they're not being trapped. Of course, look at France, for example. Only Ile-de-France region, the Paris region, as expected, is in a complexity loop. All capital regions in Europe are in a complexity loop. There's almost no exception. I just saw that in Hungary, we missed the data on Budapest. But I'm sure that Budapest would really score high on economic, because Budapest is a notorious region because they change borders all the time. So for statisticians it's not really nice, so we left them out. The same for Warsaw region, by the way. But all the capital regions are not being trapped. Some other regions are not being trapped as well. A lot of them in the Netherlands, in Germany, northern Italy, etc. Now, let's first go to the structural trap, right? You remember low relatedness and low complexity. So the Extremadura regions, those are the ones that are colored red. Well, many of them are in Eastern Europe. Many of them are in Portugal, south of Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, a number of regions in Ireland. So they're stuck and they're associated with this structural trap: low average relatedness density, low complexity. Now what's interesting is those low relatedness trap, right? You remember those regions that have high economic complexity, but have no opportunities to diversify into anything, because the high complex activities, they are disconnected from any other activity in the region. They are just kind of cathedrals in the desert, as we used to refer to those. So the capabilities that those high complex activities represent cannot be used in order to diversify into anything new. And this is true for the whole of France, except of Ile-de-France. And it goes back to the discussion about France, right? All of them are all of them are transition regions nowadays, and I think this is part of the story. Okay, I have to run a bit, running a bit out of time. Yes, I see. So there are also regions low complexity trap, right? So they have opportunities to move into something new, but only in low complex activities, not in high complex activities. So they're stuck in a low complex economy. Large part of Spain. Italy, well, there are a number of regions in Eastern Europe, but also in Sweden, in Finland. Of course, you can discuss for hours on each of those regions and what's going on there, but this is the overall picture. Okay, skip that one for... So now, being trapped means that you should be trapped for some time, otherwise it doesn't, the trap concept does not have any meaning if you're trapped in 1 year and you're not trapped in another year. Actually, with some trapped indicators, and I won't mention the sources, there is actually a lot of fluctuations in there and there. Our indicator works pretty well. Now I hope that the pointer works. Yeah, it works. So here we have the period 2011-2019, and actually, so here regions that were in a complexity loop, were they still in a complexity loop in 2019? Yes, 77%. So on the diagonal, there is so the regions that were in a structural trap in 2011 were still in a structural trap in 2019. But there are a few regions that actually kind of improved. I put them in green. Actually, there are 2 regions in Austria that went from a structural trap to a complexity loop. I said, how is that possible? But of course, you take the medium of relatedness density and complexity levels, and of course, when you're already close to the medium, of course, if you just move a bit, you might jump from one category to the other. So that happens. So you always have to be a bit careful and interpret those type of data. But there are a few regions, 10 regions that actually managed to get out of a trap and turned into a complexity loop. For the sake of time, I really don't have so much time to explain that, but there are also regions that went from a structural trap to a low complexity trap, so meaning that they had no diversification opportunities, but now they have some diversification opportunities, but only in low complex activities, so that is already a step forward. Many of them are East European regions. Now, does it matter of being trapped or not? Right, so does it have any economic consequences? So we looked at employment growth and wage growth, because I guess policymakers are most interested in that. Will it provide many new jobs, and will it provide many good jobs in terms of high wage jobs? So we use this quadrant, just did some descriptives there. Of course, we also run some econometric analysis. In the complex, so this is average employment, this is higher average employment growth, higher than the average European average. Wage growth, employment growth, wage, well, relatively lower wage growth, average lower employment growth, higher average wage growth, etc., etc. So as you actually can see that the economic complexity loop, they do quite well. 52% of the regions in the complexity loop have both a higher employment growth and a higher wage growth on average. 25% of them have a higher employment growth, but not a higher wage growth on average. But they do quite well. The structural trap, they score worst in that respect. 66% of them, they have lower employment growth on average. What's also quite interesting is that those low relatedness traps, 43% of them have a lower employment and a lower wage growth on average. For low complexity trap, 45%. So those traps, being trapped or not, is really meaningful in economic terms. Of course, I could show you. These are the regression results. I'm willing to take that up in the discussions if that's fine. Just a few words. Actually, what we found in the econometric analysis is being trapped or not is really bad for economic performance in terms of employment growth and in terms of wage growth. Now, what are the implications for regional policy? Just 1 minute. Sorry about that. Well, you can go from one trap to the other. Let's first go to regions that are in a low complexity trap. So they have opportunities to diversify, but in very low complex activities. Now, well, you might say for a region like Silesia, which has high unemployment, even if they would develop more low complex activities, yes, the economic returns will not be that high because they have to compete with many other regions in those activities that they try to promote. But at least it will give jobs to those that are unemployed, that have become redundant on the labor market, and that might already be a difference. So actually we did another study in which we actually showed that many regions that are in a low complexity trap actually have very good capabilities to move into all kinds of green activities of low complexity. But they can contribute to the green transition. And that would already be something to take up. But you could also say, well, if you want to get out of this low complexity trap, you really have to improve your capabilities, right? Heavy investments in education and in your research capacity, et cetera, in order to make sure that you will get out of this low complexity trap. But it will not be easy. And you really have to adapt your policy and make massive investments in this type of activities in order to make that possible. Now, what to do with Extremadura? We all struggle with that. What to do with a region like Extremadura that is caught in a structural trap? Little opportunities to diversify in low and in high complex activities. Now, if you really look careful in those kind of graphs that I showed before, is that even in a region like Extremadura, there are always some low-hanging fruits that you could actually exploit. And this is the job of local policymakers in order to identify those and try to promote them. So I'm not that pessimistic in that respect. But of course you could say, well, also there you have to facilitate jumps and invest in education and research. I'm not so sure whether that will work in that type of context, but it might be something that you might want to consider. But what I think would be much more helpful for this type of regions, to try to connect to other regions and try to get access to capabilities that are missing themselves, but they could use and exploit in order to move into something new. It can be through inflow of multinational corporations, it can be inflow of migrants, et cetera, There are many ways of doing that. Now, I already said the regions in the complexity loop, I mean, they are good. They're in a very comfortable position, like Ile-de-France, right? They have many capabilities to move into the most complex one. Should we develop any policy? Because you would say, well, they can do it themselves, right? So they have so many capabilities that provide them with many opportunities. No. Of course, Ile-de-France is competing with the US, is competing with China. So they need huge investments in order to make sure that they have to overcome bottlenecks in order to confront that global competition. Because it's tough, it's hard, we know Europe is behind already in many respects in terms of the digital transition. China is moving extremely fast also in the field of artificial intelligence. So we have to do something about that. And we have to tackle those bottlenecks that might still be a problem in those type of regions, although they are in a complexity loop. Okay, thank you for attention, and sorry for running a bit out of time.
Is this also yours?
Yeah, this was.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Actually, as we are slightly in a delay, I would like to encourage all of you to ask questions and continue this very fruitful discussion during the breaks and even during the dinner. I would like to invite the participants of our next panel discussion here on stage.
So, welcome everyone from me as well. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Camilla Strauss. I am the CEO and co-founder of InnoMaker Partners, and it is my pleasure to guide this discussion, even this hybrid discussion today, which will be, I think, very interesting, but I hope the technicalities will work with us. And my background is deeply connected into innovation and entrepreneurship, and together with my team at InnoMaker Partners, we help startups to make them more easy to work and help them to create value on the market with market research, strategic marketing, and value creation. And before I founded my own company, I worked at the National Innovation Agency, where I met these very interesting EU projects. And I am definitely not an expert compared to my panelists, so I think I will learn a lot today about regional innovation as well. And let's get started. First, I would like to introduce my speakers, and I ask you to grab a microphone. You too, please. So my first guest is Magda De Carli, the head of unit at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation. Thank you for being here. Margherita Bacigalupo, the deputy head of unit of the Joint Research Center. Wolfgang Münch, a senior expert from the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. And online, Tanya Hristova joined us, who's the mayor of Gabrovo and the chair of the SEDEC Commission. And I hope you can hear us and we can hear you too.
Yes, I hear you perfectly, and it is a big pleasure to be with you, although online. And apologies for not being able to be physically in Hungary.
Thank you very much. We can hear you, so it's nice. So after I introduce myself, my first very basic question is, please share who you are, what do you do, what is your connection to the topic?
First of all, good morning, everyone. Happy to see you present, and we know also that it's web streamed, so also regards to those that are following us. So thanks a lot, Camilla, for the introduction. So my name is Magda De Carli, as you said. I'm here in this panel actually with two hats. First hat is to be head of unit of the European Semester and Country Intelligence Unit. And with my team, in fact, we are supporting member states and inevitably regions as well to perform better research and innovation. And at the same time, and so to invest more in research and innovation and to do reforms in research and innovation. And at the same time, I'm also deputy director for the ERA and Innovation Director in DG Research and Innovation. And there are units that are dealing with widening, and this is something that in fact will be mentioned in this part of the fragmentation of the system, and also with the regional innovation valleys that are two elements of this ecosystem. So that's why I'm very happy to be here in this panel and also sharing it with colleagues that I'm almost meeting daily. So from Regio, colleagues Wolfgang and Margherita for JRC and Tanya for Committee of the Regions, because we are collaborating strongly on all these matters.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Wolfgang Münch. I'm just wearing one hat. And I'm working in this unit in DG Regio where we deal with smart specialization. All those who know a bit cohesion policy, this is our territorial or regional innovation strategy. We are also doing all kind of thematic coordination, so it's going beyond research and innovation. We are doing, of course, as well policy considerations for enterprise support, for digitalization, for everything what is climate-related investments, environmental investments, and infrastructure. So you see, it's one hat, but it's quite a large one.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Margherita Pacegalupo. I work for the Joint Research Center, which is the research arm of the European Commission. So we don't do policy, but we do policy-relevant research. And I work as a deputy in the Unit for Innovation Policies and Economic Impact in the Directorate for Fair and Sustainable Economy. And my link with the topic is particularly on the research we are doing on transformative innovation policy. So it's deeply rooted in the work that we have been doing with DG Regio for many, many years in smart specialization strategies, and also linked half a second that for topics relating to the regional innovation valleys and the research we are doing there with the DG RTD.
Thank you. Tanya, please also introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Tanya Hristova, and I'm also today in two heads representation. First, I would like to repeat that I'm chair of the SEDEC Commission at the European Committee of the Regions, where innovations and research and the strategic role of local and regional authorities are very high on our agenda, and we are very happy to draft different opinions. The last one related to the framework program number 10, which is very important for the years to come. And we are also collaborating very successfully with the units of Magda Di Carli at DG RTD, and also having very interesting initiatives with JRC. I'll just mention that at the end of this month, in my city, Gavrovo, who is trying to be among the pioneers in our country in the field of innovation and collaboration in this field, we are organizing a knowledge exchange platform and also innovation camp, which will predominantly focus on the regional innovation valleys, which is a brand new initiative on which we rely to enhance networking and competitiveness with the help of European cities and regions, and thus to achieve the global objective to speed up and to reach the rates of US and China in terms of innovations. Just 2 words for my city. I'm very happy that we have been part of many different initiatives related with innovations, thanks to being part of European initiatives like PRI, like now with our Ministry of Innovation, part of the Regional Innovation Valleys. But as a city, we have established an entity which is part of the European Digital Innovation Hubs. It's just starting its work for our region, and as a city we are also part of the 100 cities targeting to reach climate neutrality and being smart, and we are also among the very few areas in my country to have smart specialization strategies, which makes the discussions today very relevant in the local, national and European perspective.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that all of you are working together in some kind of way, which is a very nice thing, that seeing that all these departments and directorates are so interconnected in the field of innovation. And we heard a lot in the keynote about the regions and how they work, what their role, how we can be trapped in some kind of problems. So my opening question would be connected to this as a bit of an overview. Like, what do you see? Why are place-based innovation ecosystem are so crucial? What are the roles in the agenda? How they can uniquely contribute to the competitiveness?
Okay. No, thanks a lot. So indeed, we heard also from our Deputy Director General, how much research and innovation, following also the guidelines of President von der Leyen, has been put at the heart of the economy, for the European economy. And this is indeed a great moment for research and innovation. For all the years I've been dealing with that, is the first one where we see really raising the visibility of the importance of research and innovation. And this visibility and the need to invest in research and innovation, being this one of the important target, the famous 3%, which has been reiterated also at the highest level at the recent informal meeting of head of states on the 8th of November. This brings with it as well a recognition of a challenge, because if we have a target, it's because this has not been reached yet. So indeed, there are challenges. Challenges is on the mobilization of investments in research and innovation, and this is very important. Challenges we heard before as well from Ron about the fragmentation and the diversity, not only between member states, but within member states, and your picture was very, very clear on that. So there are a number of challenges, and it's true that these challenges can be overcome only if all actors are fully embedded and really fully working towards overcoming these challenges. So this means also that regions and the innovation ecosystem are one of the perfect combination of having all these actors put together, key actors that can perform better in research and innovation, and through the ecosystem we can really try to move forward towards addressing these issues. From our side, of course, we have been, and it has been mentioned, mobilizing support through Horizon, of course. We don't forget the widening part that is also in a way place-based, in a way that it really also has this geographic element, still not forgetting excellence, of course. But we have also the Recovery and Resilience Plan, where funds have been mobilized for research and innovation, and structural funds, ERDF in particular, and all the work that we have been doing in synergies, because indeed there are different sources that needs to be mobilized in order to reach our goal. Having said that, so this is why it is very important that we move together, because this is the European level, but national level and regional level needs to be fully involved. Yesterday, and this brings me to my second point, I was involved in an enhanced dialogue which we do with member states in order to discuss together challenges for research and innovation. And of course, we go as well to the regional aspects, to the innovation ecosystem, and we had a very interesting presentation on Brainport and Eindhoven regions and all the actors that are there. And during these meetings, more and more it came out, there was a key word that was very important. So this first part of the conference is about how making innovation ecosystem contribute to competitiveness. So the first keyword was making choices. So this came along through the whole meeting and discussions. So the idea of making choices, and this is also reflecting what Ron was saying, these low-hanging fruits, or anyway to make choices that sometimes are also difficult, looking at your strengths, what happens also outside is based a bit on smart specialization, of course. So it's this concept of making choices that sometimes are tough to be made, but are very important. And this, behind the ideas, this focusing, and we have heard it and seen it in different documents as well, in Draghi and in von der Leyen as well, guidelines. During the different hearings, we heard that as well. So they need to focus in order to really create this scope. But also within the ecosystem, what is very important is the networking between the different actors. As we heard again, industry and academia, extremely important. And in the case of this good example, they were speaking about all the responsible for the city mayor, the university, the research center, and the local government. They meet every week. So it's really something concrete that they do, and this enables really the networking. So this is about how to make, I think, also the innovation ecosystem inside working. So this, making hard choice, focus, and also the internal networking. And then the second point, where again Ron was mentioning, is not to isolate, but to create these networks with the different innovation ecosystem. And there probably is also where we can do something, but maybe I can address that afterwards. But this is very important, and in two senses, between ecosystems that are performing well in order to create this networking, but also to ensure that the benefit of an innovation ecosystem is really, from the innovation point of view, is really diffused. So it's what we call the diffusion of the innovation, which is also a very important concept that has been also mentioned in the ESE report from our group of experts on science and innovation that has been recently published. And I like to see that there is an alignment of all these different papers and recommendations towards these principles. We can go, I will go more in details eventually afterwards, but I will hand it over to my colleagues now.
Okay. I'm also a PhD student, so as a PhD student, I would love to see how academia and business work better together, because I always feel like in the business world I am too academic, and in the academia I am too businessy. So this is what I would love to see.
Well, I mean, you posed the question, why is place-based innovation important? And I firmly believe that innovation doesn't come from thin air. Innovation comes from people, education, infrastructure in the widest sense, services, opportunities, social openness of societies, but they come from places. These people come from somewhere, and then they have these fantastic ideas which bring us forward. So this is why a systemic approach is quite important. You need to nurture this. The other part is, why is an innovative system so important? We see, and DDG Razzo said it, we are in a changing world now. Geopolitically, we are living in a world where we have a little bit of deglobalization, so we talk about reshoring and onshoring of industries. We have a security challenge. So we need resilience, and interestingly, those regions which have a vivid innovation system usually are more resilient than the others. The other part, and Ron does not fail to inspire, is industrial transition. Since cohesion policy is working on the higher levels of technical readiness, so closer to the market, we are also interested that something comes out of innovation which goes to the market and which moves these regions forward. We come from cohesion from a kind of lessons learned, because more than 10 years ago we had a project approach. So we were selecting projects, not us, but the member states, and then they were supporting projects. But this was scattered. So about 10 years ago, we invented this Smart Specialization strategy, which is facilitating a strategic approach. And if you listen carefully to Ron, you see the different traps, you see the different conditions. So if you want to move out of these, to improve, to come to the loop, then you need to bundle your efforts, and not only your money, but also your actors. And this is what these smart specialization strategies do. They bring the actors together. You make a plan. How should this region look like in 10 years' time? What steps are necessary? Where do we have our strengths and weaknesses? This is accepted. This is now, since 2 periods, basically practiced, and it's flexible enough to cover the most innovative regions as well as the least innovative regions. And what we do in comparison to Horizon is, and I have to shock you, we are not looking at excellence. We have hundreds of excellent projects though, but we are looking at cohesion. So a systemic approach in these regions to strengthen the ecosystems. And of course, as Magda said, what is also important is to link these regions up. But you need to have a bit of a vision how you want to link them up. And again, this smart specialization could be something and we practice it, something to see where are complementarities of specializations, where can we work together. And this has proven to be something very interesting, and there we have different instruments to do it on the Horizon side as well as on the cohesion side. So I think when I look now into the future, cohesion and excellence, these are 2 types of policies with different objectives and different ways to address the issues. Well, and I think seeing the challenges of Europe coming, we need to have, and also what will happen possibly in the next MFF, to have less money available. We need to strengthen the strategic approach, because here we can possibly get out more out of less money that will be invested. And in particular, what I think we need to really think hard is how to target capacity building in regions. And this covers all regions. If you are in the loop, you just need to identify the bottlenecks, But there you need to also think of measures what to do. If you are in a structural trap, then of course you face other issues. Again, you need to bundle your funding, your energies to move out of this trap, to find ways how you can increase relatedness and complexity. And I think what Europe is missing really is to bring all these innovations to the market. And here I think all of us, we need really to do something more to enable this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. It's difficult to add something after these 2 interventions, but I'll hook into what Wolfgang was saying last and link into the place where we are. I think that bringing things to the market also requires design, because if I think sustainability issues is in places where you see the contradiction between the directionality of a sustainability transition and other issues. For instance, in cultural heritage cities, if you want to put solar panels on your rooftop, you cannot, because you want to preserve the view of the city. So there is a trap there that is not the same kind of trap, but is the contradiction that happens in a place between the directionality of different elements. And here is where design could play a role, and is not necessarily part of the conversation of the sustainability technology development, while once upon a time Steve Jobs was saying that all the good designers were busy in designing cars, but he was predicting that people would spend much more time in front of a computer than inside the car, and when he brought design into computers. So design can also be a solution that helps creating the demand for solution that maybe take time to be taken up by people living in places because they don't respond to their needs, and their needs are more complex than necessarily the priority that is given by a specific policy. So I think that one important dimension of places is not only that talent is there, that industry are there, that policy are there, but that people are there, and therefore there are many different initiatives. The JRC is also the arm of the new European Bauhaus that was mentioned before, even linked to this place, which looks at sustainability, beauty, aesthetics, and inclusiveness in looking at the live environment, so bringing people at the center. So there is also a dimension of a place that is very important, that are the people living in the places. And I hand over to
every aspect you bring in, it seems more and more complex and more difficult to make it. So I'm very curious what Tanya adds to this, and I will see in the end that how I can comprehend these all.
Well, I think that the previous speakers has defined the strategic framework of what each and every territory, whether a city or a region in Europe, should look like. And it sounds really rather complicated and challenging at some moment. But on the other hand, I can tell you from my personal experience as a mayor that it is also inspirational, because in my city, for example, we are trying to be very systemic in putting efforts for the establishment of our innovation ecosystem, and it took us more than 10 years to have this effort, and currently we are now happy to say that together with the businesses, together with academia, with schools, with citizens, we are speaking relatively understandable language, but we still have a lot of work to do. And what I have to say, and this is my personal belief, is related to the place-based policy. And why they are so important? Because every territory has its citizens, its challenges, and also its opportunities. And I think it is the Europe's goal to provide equal opportunities for each and every territory to develop, to flourish, and to try to be as well, along with competitiveness, to be also inclusive. And in the time that we are living now, and the times that we will face in our near future, I think that we have to change our perspective and to try to be more mission-oriented in our thinking and acting, and in the involvement of the resources. Because in order to have one city or a region really competitive, we need to consider some very key elements. And it is to consider how important it is to have good capacity. This is probably one of the biggest challenge, for example, for my country, because it is difficult really to find people who are really committed to work in the field of innovation, and also to be engaged to move the capital and to agree to live in the country. Although the quality of living, I may claim, in the country is better compared to the capital. And in this regard, I think that the key word in everything that we are doing and what is going to be implemented from us is innovation. And I very much like that we are now, at least in the current and next probably programming period, we are considering much more the comprehensive and integrated approach of designing our local strategies. And here the smart specialization is something very important, because it provides for the chances to identify what are our local competitive edges, and also to identify our deficiencies. And with the support of the instruments and the different combinations of financial and not only financial support, we can really make this a good model. And the approach of the regional innovation valleys to meet advanced with lagging behind innovators, I think will provide for monitoring what are the best outcomes of this innovative approach, because I think also in the Mario Draghi report, the right to stay is something very important, at least for countries like Bulgaria and regions that have the potential, but this is not sufficient without the external support to build proper opportunities for competitive development, which is also something that I think is related to addressing the societal challenges. And in this regard, the leadership of local and regional authorities and the opportunity to work with different partners, for example, working with academia poses one challenge, but when we add the business approach and the speed, then we are doomed to learn from each other, to make some compromises, but to be led by a common goal. And on a local perspective, this is to make our territories really prosperous, and by investing in this much more flexible way to transform the challenges into opportunities. And I think the combination of the different programs and if the promise to have more simplification, more synergies among the different funds will soon bring really good results. And I will conclude with the fact that in my city, it took us quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of work, and many different projects. We are really driving our efforts and enhancing our partnership coalition in this area. And I can say that now we are really seeing the fruits of our investments in insisting that collaboration opportunities to co-create and to be together, although for not so long period ago it was not the tradition in Bulgaria to work among in such partnership, is really bringing good results. The only issue that I would like to mention is that sometimes on local level we are much more motivated and much more engaged, and when we have national challenges, like in the political situation in Bulgaria, citizens, businesses, and innovation ecosystem in general are also suffering. So we must also insist for more streamlined synergy among the local, national, and European level. And it proves also the figures that 2/3 of the European legislation is known to be implemented by local and regional authorities, and hence the golden principle of subsidiarity and proportionalities is really crucial. And we also know that a bigger part of the European funds are invested on the local and regional authorities, and we must take care of the efficiency of all these investments, and of course the opportunity to leverage private ones as well. So I think the good examples are something that should motivate other areas and territories, and Europe is a very crucial partner in this endeavor.
Thank you. You touched upon some practical perspectives already, so it's a bit spoiler to my next question. And since we are short on time, I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to keep your answers a bit shorter. So my next question is about really this practical perspective. Now we touched on how we see on the big picture, but I would be curious that what do you see, what are some major challenges region faces in establishing and sustaining these kinds of innovative ecosystems or innovation ecosystems, and how can European funding instruments that you are working with, can help to address these challenges? We can go in the row already again.
Okay. Good. So no, thanks a lot. So for you were saying before it's complex, and it is complex. There are a lot of challenges because okay, there are different aspects, and all concur to that. But there is no choice. And this is what also Draghi said. There are no choices either to go for longer agony or to really act and take the moment to really move forward. Now, Ron was saying these things also, there are traps, there are difficulties, but there is a need also for policy response, of course. There is room for that. And indeed, well, I will say what is the EU response, at least from our side. Two short examples, because I know that we are running out of time. So the first one is, for instance, the regional innovation valleys. They have been mentioned, probably later on as well. I will not go in detail because there will be a session dedicated to that tomorrow. But just to say that they are covering exactly these aspects of ensuring through the support of the Commission and the Horizon in this case, but also in combination with the ERDF, to support coordination between the actors at local level and also amongst different ecosystem, directionality, because they are really focusing on specific challenges and themes. For instance, we are currently funding in 2 years 150 regional innovation valleys, and they are aiming at reducing reliance on fossil fuels, increasing global food security, mastering digital transformation, healthcare, and circularity. So the big challenges that we have. So they are really concrete, and this is the directionality aspect. And of course, as I was mentioning, they're also trying to put different resources together to really exploit the synergies, the complementarities between different funds, even if there are different objectives, but sometimes there is a meeting point, and if we can exploit that is best. The second example, for instance, is the missions. We have these 5 missions ongoing. I will just focus on the city mission once again here, and we know how cities also can be very active, and Tanya is an example of a very active city mayor. Budapest is part of these 115 cities that have been selected to work to become by 2030 climate neutral. Exactly what we are doing is to support with some money from the EU with a call that has been closed in September this year with around 100 million support. This is not a lot, but of course, and this is still an incentive. It shows the direction. But what is important as well is to say that we cannot do alone. So I go back to my initial statement. This famous 3% is of course done. There is a lot of emphasis on the private investments, but also the public investments, and cannot be EU alone, because for instance, the framework program is only 1/10 of all the money to support research and innovation. The rest is at the member states level, region level. So it's again a call to support also financially and to invest in research and innovation.
Thank you, Magda. Okay, I'll try to be very short. As you know, cohesion, we are very complementary to Horizon. 85% of our funding goes to what Horizon or what DGRTD claims are emerging and moderate innovators. We talk about regions which are 8 times less innovative than the leading regions. So we need to address this gap. And to do this, I think we need to build more than we did in the past capacities. And capacities is not only administrative capacities, of the fund administrators, but it is about the capacities of the actors. We have to aim at diversified ecosystems and ecosystems that transform. So here I think what is important is, because money is not everything, there is a lot to do which you can do by reorganization, by thinking through your habits and doing things differently. So I think this reform aspect is quite important. There we really need to think, and since we don't know in Brussels everything, we are really counting also on you to come up with openness towards what do you need to change to perform better. We also need to align a little bit better with EU objectives, though we already do that. Analysis shows, though our policy is bottom-up, but we shows that the vast majority of 90% of all regions follow the big EU objectives. Still, and this is very important, we need to be much more transformative. So it is not about investing and everybody feels good, but investing towards a transformation, because we want to be better. We want to close the gap.
Again, thanks for giving me a nice way to my next intervention. At the GRC, we don't manage funds for innovation, but we have recently launched a preparatory action on demand of the European Parliament that is called Innovation for Place-Based Transformation. And this is a space that we have created to work with territories exactly along the line that Wolfgang was saying, looking at what is transformative and doing it together with territories. It is a privilege in a way not to have funds associated, but only, as my director always says, only promise sweat and tears. So those who want to come, learn, be aware, and share in a community of like-minded actors, public actors that drive transformation can participate. There were a couple of slides just to have a QR code to share. I don't know if they can be displayed. But the preparatory action, the call is open until the 22nd of November, so you can still apply, and I'm happy to talk about it in bilaterals, in the corridors, wherever. And tomorrow there will be another chance to put the slides on if they are not now. And also, building on this, I would like to let everybody know that there is also a survey on the Regional Innovation Valleys Initiative that is still open until the 15th of November, in which you can bring your voice, because I'm in a unit that is called the Innovation Policy and Economic Impact, where a majority of my colleagues do modeling and macro or microeconomic analysis, but I come from a field that is more action research oriented. So I believe that it's very important to work with territories and with actors in the territory to shape a change while documenting it to make it available for more. So it's only by involving you that we can bring information to the policymakers.
Thanks. Tanya?
I cannot add more to what has been just said, but I would like to share that we all agree that we are going to be part, and we are part of societal transformation. And for me, this means that each and every sector and policy should be positively affected. And in this endeavor, sometimes we fail because we miscommunicate some of the positive components of this transformation. And in this regard, I think that the key word for our success is to make so that every part of our society, nevertheless, whether it is education, whether this is academia or the business territory, even the local and national governments as well, we should be part of this transformation, and in this regard, we have to use a variety of tools in order to help the citizens to become also part of this positive transformation. Because for some reasons, there are quite a lot of threats, quite a lot of negative misunderstanding, and this for many reasons makes some of the regions which are much more challenged even more deprived of opportunities. And I think we are engaged with creating opportunities and helping Europe to become more competitive, more successful, and with better quality of living, which is part, and it should be part of all our endeavors. And once again, here the local and regional perspective is crucial partner and also key motivator for this positive, in my understanding, transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are the last thing between the audience and the lunch. So I think we should wrap it up. And I think you had some very good takeaways in the answer of the last question, which we can all use. And I'm pretty sure that everybody has questions. I definitely have, and I can't help my Hungarian aspect to watch all these things and hear all these things that you just said. So I will be asking questions during the lunch, if you don't mind too. And thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for our panelists for this very interesting discussion. Before we go out for the lunch break, I would like to ask everyone to please check your badges. And here in the top corner, you will find 2 dots, red and blue, or 2 reds or 2 blues, or in whichever combination. I would like to ask you to check the color of the first dot. That's for today. If that first dot is red, then after the lunch break, you will come back to this room for the breakout session. If your first dot is blue, then after the lunch break, we kindly ask you to follow the signs for the breakout session. It will be in another room. And to that room, there is a short walk outside in between the 2 buildings, so you can also take your coat from the cloakroom, and we will also guide you with the hostesses and help you find the breakout room. There are also the signs for the breakout session. And as we are in a delay, we will continue with the breakout sessions at 1:20. So you will have 60 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much. See you at the breakout sessions. Thank you very much for joining for this breakout session number 1. I'm happy to see that our panel is already seated here, so please enjoy this next panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Viktor Varjú, and I'm a research fellow at the Institute for Regional Studies in Pécs, southwest of Hungary, one of the lag-behind regions in Hungary and in the EU. And I'm also a sociologist and a geographer, and I'm really happy to chair this session about new challenges, new dimensions, and regional disparities. So actually, you can read the introductory remarks of this session in the program. I just would like to emphasize some issues that we would like to talk about, the dynamical challenges we have to face, and we're focusing on how to bridge the gaps that cause regional disparities in order to reduce the disparities. So we are talking about, or we will talking about also how to use new technologies and the key actors to innovate regions. But on the other hand, we would like to also focus on the other part, I mean the lagged behind regions, how we can help, or how key actors and how AI, for instance, can help in this sense. So as we were discussing beforehand, preparing for this session, Professor Kácsada told me that actually there are two key points that we would like to, how we can summarize this issue. I just try to tell you that we should focusing on inclusiveness and also taking into consideration the pluralism to approach these very, very, very complex problems. That's why we have colleagues from very different areas. But too much words from my side, so let me introduce the panelists here. First, Joanna Kubiak, Wielkopolska Voivodeship Brussels office, EU affairs professional working across the fields of R&I and regional policy and programs, acting director of the Wielkopolska region Brussels office, responsible for steering regions' engagement towards the EU institutions and other key partners. A network person passionate about engaging regional stakeholders at the European level and supporting the innovation ecosystem. Member of Management Board of the European Regions Research and Innovation Network, and co-leader of its Smart Specialization Working Group, coordinator of the Polish delegation to the European Committee of the Regions, an advocate of place-based policy, interested in environmental sustainability, in the issue of bridging the innovation divide in Europe. Also, we have Silvia Gomez-Recchio, sorry if I'm my pronunciation, is the first Secretary General of Jerun since October 2016, when the network opened its Brussels office. She's responsible for strategic leadership, networking actions, and implementation of network strategy and objectives. Various are the groups that the network has established among its members to support and exchange best practice sharing, one of them being dedicated to the contribution of Jerun universities to the Sustainable Development Goals. This Jerun, or the Young European Research University Network, is a group of like-minded young research universities in Europe that strengthens and facilitates cooperation in the areas of research, education, and services which benefit society. She's leading a network of young research universities, so actually we are really interested about her thoughts from the university's point of view. And actually, she's also originating, coming from the Extremadura region, one of the like behind regions. Okay, Wolfgang Munk is a senior expert in the European Commission's Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. His unit coordinates investments of cohesion policy in the areas of smart and sustainable growth. He had several assignments in European Commission, including for cohesion policy in Poland, Italy, and Malta, as well as in the field of policy development in agricultural policy. And last but not least, we have Professor Igor Kazda, University of the Basque Country, and Iker Basque, and Cardiff University, full professor in social science and humanities, and established researchers, principal investigator in Iker Basque at the University of Basque Country, Public Policy and Economic History Department, as well as at Cardiff University, and he worked in lots of very well-recognized places with Fulbright in Fulbright School in California, also Decentralization Research Center in Canada, also senior scientists at University of Oxford, and also worked for GRC, UN Habitat. And his main expertise is smart city citizenships, regional innovations, and the artificial intelligence and its regional perspective, and the role of social innovation approach. So after this introduction, I'll have a so long question and the introduction to this question. Actually, we have heard about a lot, not a lot about the Green Deal, but a lot about the Draghi reports. And now I'd like to focus on a little bit that the Draghi report, among others, highlights that the EU has to focus on innovation using new technologies. And also, our panel is focusing on that, but also on how to reduce the territorial disparities with artificial intelligence, but not only with artificial intelligence, but the key actors as well. So my first question is to Joanna, because she's coming from Wielkopolska Voivodeship, one of the biggest Polish regions, located between the capital region and the border region, transition region in cohesion policy terms, rated as Emerging Innovator Plus in the Regional Innovation Scoreboard. And Eastern Wielkopolska is one of the just transition territories in Poland. So what Wielkopolska region can teach us in this transition?
Thanks so much. So yeah, we do take the green transition very seriously in Wielkopolska, as we have seen, as much as many other regions, already signs of climate change for quite some time. And the best example of it is the area of Eastern Wielkopolska, where we still have lignite mine that are being phased out at the moment, and when the just transition process is underway. So we have designed and implemented the Just Transition Territorial Plan that sets out 3 areas of action. First is development of a climate neutral economy. Second is ensuring quality landscape, and that includes also regeneration of degraded post-mining areas. And then the third one concerns active citizens. So basically, it's to support the process from the social perspective, but also include citizens in the process. To give the strategic framework for the whole thing, we've also developed a climate neutrality strategy that has a main goal of climate neutrality for this part of the region by 2030. So we just have around 15 years to go. And it also includes three areas, three specific goals, and this is reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, increasing the use of renewable resources, and increasing energy efficiency in construction, transport, and industry. And then to streamline this process, we're implementing a LIFE program strategic project that's called Life After Coal. And that project supports the implementation of these three climate neutrality goals, but also provides the governance system, the monitoring system, and cooperation networks to actually streamline and to implement the strategy and the whole process. And most of all, it includes a lot of stakeholders. And you've already mentioned this inclusiveness. So we have 33 partners, and this is public institutions, but you also have local communities, you have businesses, and you have NGOs that are involved in this process. And then the second part is development of hydrogen ecosystem in Wielkopolska, and we actually are the first Polish region that has adopted hydrogen strategy. To also provide a strategic framework for the process. And then we've heard already this morning a couple of times about regional innovation valleys, and Wielkopolska has also been selected as one of the valleys, and the topic that we have chosen, the area was reducing reliance on fossil fuels. And that's one part, that's the green transition part, but we also have a second priority area that was also considered for the RIVs, for the regional innovation valleys, and that's mastering digital transformation. So the second issue that you've mentioned. So this is something that we were trying to develop our regional brand around. We have a strong ICT system. This was one of the Smart Specialization area that has actually been one of our Smart Specialization areas from the beginning. And we have qualified people around it. And what I hear from them is that if you are developing AI or other new technologies, you can do it from wherever you live. So basically, these are people that live locally but work globally. And from this point of view, it is very inclusive. But as we know, new technologies also could be very exclusive in the sense that they developed very fast, and sometimes they also demand a big amount of money. So that's why it's important to stay in the game. And that's why we're trying to be active in this sector and to support our businesses, but also the whole regional innovation ecosystem to make sure that everyone works together, because that's how we can progress most. And this ecosystem is based, when it comes to new technologies, is based on strong research centers. So we have two AI research centers that are based at two big universities, but also other centers. And we, for example, host one of first 6 EU quantum computers in the EU.
Thank you very much. What is really interesting for me, at least, that how to activate citizens and stakeholders, because this is really, really challenging. And maybe you would like to just to reply now, or.
So in the just transition process, that was something that was designed from the very beginning. We realized, because we're closing the mines And because a lot of people would lose their jobs as a consequence and would have to be requalified, we realized very, very fast at the process that this is the key thing that we have to focus on, because it's related to very jobs. It's something that supports very family. A lot of mining families depend on support from one person that is basically a miners, and miners do earn quite well. So we know that this is important to involve all the employees and also to restructure the whole job market, but also the industry that this area was mainly focused on. So that's why we decided that involving everyone, all the sectors, would be something that we would have to do to really start off well and to be able to deliver.
Okay, thank you. The next question is to Wolfgang Münk. The ninth cohesion report explores the role of artificial intelligence and smart technologies in the development of the European Union's regions. The report highlights that the digital transition, including the use of AI and smart technologies, is essential for regional competitiveness and economic growth. It also underscores that the spread of digital technologies can help reduce regional disparities. How do you see this? How the spread of digital technologies can help to reduce regional disparities? Do you have any example, for instance, from your experience from Poland, Malta, or Italy?
Well, Victor, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, that's quite a big question. Digitalization is something, it's a transversal area, because it's not that you support digitalization as such, but it is in every investment an enterprise does. There is nowadays a digitalization component. You buy a new machine, of course there is some digital technology in there. So digitalization from a regional development perspective is a broad subject, because you have first the enterprises as mentioned, but you also have the public sector, and then you have the people, and all the interfaces between these three, which is covered by digitalization. And it's true, digitalization also has something to do with capacity. With the capacity to communicate, to get close to markets for enterprises, but also to communicate between, let's say, enterprises and public administration, or between people and public administration, providing essential services, healthcare, for example, in remote areas. That's something digitalization can do. So it's quite a broad subject. For me, as somebody who is to implement funding, meaning making sure that at a certain moment investments are done, digitalization has something to do with capacity. And because I remember times when first this came up, and what did our managing authorities do? Well, digitalization of enterprise, we give out vouchers so every enterprise can make a website. Or digitalization for administration means, we buy now some computers and install them. But this is not what digitalization is. Digitalization has a lot to do with administrative reform, because there you can see what kind of procedures do you have, how you can streamline, and how you can make it quicker and better. The same holds for enterprises. So, and for people. So for me, it is a tool for capacity. And if I may, a good example is tiny Malta. Malta has, well, it's small, 450,000 inhabitants has this country, spread over 3 islands, one of them uninhabited, but a nice place, but with a very, very efficient public administration. And a good part of that is digitalization. There are other examples which are a bit to the contrary, which came during the Corona crisis, where when you have administrations, particularly local ones, and that was a problem with Italy, where 80% of all procedures in a commune was still on paper. Can you imagine what happens in Corona when nobody is in the offices? So nothing moved forward. So this is something where digitalization has really something to do with really moving things forward. I can also take an example out of my home country where we still work with fax machines for whatever reasons. So this is another of these kind of deficiencies which we need to address. So what we want is quicker investments. We want for the enterprises a better doing business conditions, and which has a lot to do with communication between enterprises and public administrations. And if you do this electronically and you streamline procedures, you are really, really fast with decisions, because enterprises need decisions on building permits and whatever it is, faster than we are today. So, your question. Yes, if regions really invest sensibly in digital technologies and apply them, this is really giving them a big boost and likely to reduce regional disparities.
Okay, thank you very much. And Sylvia, how universities can contribute to this whole issues and very difficult problems?
Thank you very much. I think it's a bit too high. Well, first of all, I wanted to give you a bit of context of the network Jerung and what we mean by a young university, because it can give a better understanding to the audience, at least to understand the examples that I will bring forward. So Jerung is a small network. We have 23 members, young research universities in 17 countries. We lack some representation in Eastern Europe, precisely. We can then discuss maybe why we have that. And they came together because they are smaller, medium-sized universities that were established after the 60s. So almost in all of our universities, there was this origin of need to create something, to develop an area, to increase or specialize the workforce, to develop new industries. So they have very good connections and they are very rooted in their regional or local areas. Not all of our universities are in a region, some of them are also in capitals, but they don't tend to be in the city center. They tend to be maybe in the outskirts of the city. So that connection of a university or a higher education institution that does things in connection with the local actors of the region is very present in our universities. So maybe indeed it's not, let's say we are biased on the positive side because they found that need to make sure that they were showing the added value because they were created for that. It's not that there were universities that were there and then they had to explain how they were contributing to the regions. So what we see, we were collecting a lot of examples for this talk, but I found it was also difficult to have to go over all of them because there are 23. But I invite you, if you can check on our website and get subscribed, we will have a newsletter dedicated precisely to the role that our universities are doing in regions, and you will be able to dig into some of the examples that I will present today. So we have identified, if I can group how we see the contribution of the universities in their region, we see 4 main areas, and they are very connected to what Joanna was saying as well. The first one is a majority of our universities have turned their strategies for sustainable development and the green transition. And this is, we have example from Tromsø, that's in the Arctic, University of Norway. In Denmark, we have also in Limerick, in other areas of Ireland, but we have also universities in the peninsula, so in Lisbon, in Nova. And what they have done is creating centers for sustainable transitions to develop climate neutrality projects, but they are also integrating education into the research and innovation and the students, for students and researchers. We have a selection that we did in 2020, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, 2023, no, 2021. It was a compilation, it was just after COVID, of how our universities are integrating sustainable development in the education of the students to make them more conscious citizens in the future. And in terms of research, we are also organizing an upcoming event, a winter school, for researchers to better connect how they translate their research into impacts on sustainable development. So how can we make the connection and how we ensure that researchers are able to explain what is the contribution that their research has towards the different sustainable development goals. Also, another aspect that they work, and that I think connects very much with Joanna, is the sense of community partnership and civic engagement. So that idea of creating, making sure that universities are not only working or developing degrees and people, a workforce that will go away, but also to make them understand how they can have a real value in understanding what are the regional needs and the social inequalities that may happen, how they can address vulnerable population, how they can adapt their concepts and their theories to these local needs. We also see that in an initiative that you may have heard about, that is the European University Initiative, where we have many different alliances of universities. Many of them are actually connected to this civic engagement. And then the third one that I would like to mention is maybe another one that has been well presented in terms of the tech transfer. So how universities become the regional innovation hubs. How they create, first of all, how they create the connections with the different stakeholders and the different sectors, how they give their infrastructure or how they put their infrastructure at the disposal of many other players, including also SMEs, smaller companies that cannot invest in these things, how they connect researchers to the needs of these companies and establish these connections. And that's maybe one of the key areas where, when Draghi is mentioning, we have a lack of translation of our research outputs into other areas. That's the key, one of the key aspects, having these kind of innovation ecosystems working well. And I would like to mention a last one that I find is very interesting, and is how we are seeing the need to start doing more, not interdisciplinary research, not even collaboration with different sectors, but the transdisciplinary research, where we are really actively doing research with other sectors. That's not always streamlined in all universities, but is the understanding that our research is not only done by our researchers, but with the real input from other sectors. And that creates and requires a lot of cultural change, also in the mindset of the governance of our institutions, but also in the way in which we evaluate and the indicators that we are using to evaluate the performance of these institutions. And this is something we can go maybe later on in detail, but I would say these are like the four main things that our universities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to turn to the new technologies and the role of new technologies, the AI. How would you extend this topic? How this topic can influence the reducing
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for organizers for inviting me here. I think after just listening to the other panelists, the question was just asked in a very positive manner in terms of how AI could just reduce regional disparities. I have some slides. I don't know if it's possible to use them, because I would like to frame a little bit what I'm going to say before being a bit clumsy with my statements. So if you can just put it, because I think it's relevant for me at least to, okay, probably is there. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, just quickly. That was mainly the question of the panel, and you know how AI could reduce or exacerbate regional disparities. And first and foremost, after Professor Ron Boschna keynote, great keynote this morning, I believe that I wanted to frame, I'm not going to do a research presentation here, but that the frame is clearly the EU policy framework that is the new released Draghi report, talking and endorsing sustainable and resilience economic competitiveness. We are talking about this at the end of the day, but I think that we cannot forget about the AI Act, underscoring different levels of risks, which is not happening in other places around the world. So, having said that, and probably I'm going to start now answering this very thick and difficult question. With my humble research experience, this summer, in September, I directed a summer school with a, let's say, provocative title, saying something like, Beyond the Noise of Algorithms. If I might just make a little amendment to your concept, your concept of digitalization, I think that we are not in the digitalization era. We are in the datafication era, which is a big distinction. I think that the key thing is not whether we are going to transform a paper in a bit in this iPhone. It's going to be like much more about who is going to control the data that we are using in our daily life. And I think it's very much related to Draghi report and also to AI Act, because something that is missing, at least not at the research level, but in the policy context like here, is very simple idea. It's why, sorry if there are some experts in AI, probably in the coffee break or lunch time we can discuss about this, but AI is fed by data. And we are forgetting about this all the time. We are talking about AI in a very abstract manner, and AI is very much OpenAI, ChatGPT, are pretty much doing the same that Web 2.0 made. I mean, being fed by our clicks, or the way that we browse. So with this summer school, what we like to do is how AI could be used in order to reduce regional and, let's say, social disparities in Europe. So beyond going in depth, because there are two papers that you can check that, you have the QR code on the left on the papers. We mentioned the importance of generative AI, because we are talking generically about AI, artificial intelligence, but in the morning nobody mentioned, for example, well, wrong. Somebody mentioned generative AI, but nobody mentioned urban AI. And I believe that in this conference, we need to start already thinking that cities like Budapest, for instance, I visited since Saturday, public transport is great, is amazing, very good one. And I was thinking that, wow, that could be a good way to test a local AI. And what do I mean with local AI? AI that could be managed and storage at very local level. And AI localism is a trend that, for example, New York University is developing for at least more than 5 years. So I'm not talking about something new. So it's something that the US, they are doing that. So going beyond that, what I'm trying to claim, my brief answer to your question, I think that we need to start embracing decentralized models of data that could just affect, obviously, the decentralization of AI in itself. This is something, that framework that we developed in the summer school, mainly with more buzzwords. I accept that there are more buzzwords, because beyond, inside of blockchain, we can have the dysfunction of Bitcoin, for instance. I'm not talking about blockchain in this sense. I'm talking about blockchain as an architecture that could allow somehow to control privacy of data, that is under the GDPR and is also underlined in the AI Act. So what I'm trying to claim with my presentation is that we need to start also experimenting with another kind of data governance models that probably is going to affect entirely the way in which we are going to play the European AI implementations. And just to finish with your presentation, with your question, and to give some insights that they are realistic, what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying. I'm working this week, for instance, with the BME Faculty of Computer Science in an Horizon Europe project that is called Enfield. And we are mainly working in this hypothesis, in embracing decentralized AI, in order to provide some idea about how trustworthy AI could be implemented. So we call the leveraging generative AI for democracy. And we are testing, and this is my last slide, the last one, 7 specific techniques that could be used, for example, to avoid deepfakes and bias in the algorithmic implementation. But again, we are not just testing AI as such. We are going at the beginning of the process, that is how data is feeding AI. So I wanted to just to highlight this fact. One, I'm not talking about digitalization. I think we need to start talking about datafication and how the European regions and cities, they can already, under the policy framework, they can already govern their own data, and then that could be a way. I'm not saying that it's going to be a direct way, but it's going to be a way to at least to control and to have a European branded AI. That would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to react to each other?
I think it's extremely important, the aspect indeed on what are we measuring. And part of the activities in which we are engaging as a network is the reform of research assessment, how we are using new indicators to evaluate the performance of research and innovation. And that's something crucial. We are advancing, but this is something that we will need to continue working on in the next decade. And we have now this system where we are looking into number of patents, number of publications, and based on that, we are measuring the performance of our regions, countries, institutions, and researchers. But we are realizing that this is incredibly lacking the possibilities to capture the role that we are doing more in the locality, so in the specific needs, because it tends to be a system that tries to generalize our input and is not taking into consideration many aspects of social innovation. So I think that's it's crucial to see how indeed, and I found Igor is fantastic that you've put the emphasis on that, because we are having indeed systems that are giving us also wrong assumptions, and that are failing to recognize the importance of the authenticity of many of the work that we are doing in the local aspects. You mentioned, Joanna, working locally but with a global mindset, and I think that's exactly what it is. But in the systems, indeed, and the data that we are using, they are actually trying to see how we can compare with each other. And maybe we cannot compare with each other so simplistically as we have. And that's something that I think it's important also to consider when moving forward.
Okay, thank you. If you don't want to reflect, I'm just going to the next question. Actually, my next question would focus on the inclusiveness, but you mentioned also conscious citizens, stakeholder involvement, capacity building, locality, social innovations, so those that are really important in that part. And actually we have short in time, so just going toward the so-called third question, and then to open the floor for the audience for questions. So still remaining disparities and regional disparities, and also as I'm a researcher, I'm really curious how the different researchers with different belongings, I would say, can achieve innovations or can contribute to innovations. So actually we had a Horizon Europe project called SSH Center, and the research results, this project is focusing on Southern European researchers and academics, and also Central and Eastern European researchers, and comparing them or compared to Western and Nordic countries, we found that they are really in backward situation due to precariat positions, for instance, or with hierarchical governance structure, different scientific or research culture compared to the Western and Nordic cultures, I would say the Anglo-Saxon hegemony. So we can see here a kind of disparities as well. And actually, nowadays, EU has several tools to positively discriminate these academics and these institutions. However, the research FOSI are still designed for Western Nordic countries. I would say that if you can have a look at on the Horizon Europe course, you can course focusing on the rural regions, lagged behind rural regions. So my question is that about rural, how do you see this? Do you agree with this experience or the role of these lagged behind Central European and Southern universities and academics, or you don't see this as a problem?
Difficult question. Well, I'm going to be a bit positive with your criticism to this. I believe that a little framing on how the data-driven society, European society and economy can allow somehow the collaboration between either urban or rural regions in Europe. I cannot think about any difficulties to, to make connection between cities. We have seen that in Horizon 2020. There are a lot of lighthouse projects in which many cities in Turkey, in Germany, in very different, diverse countries, they've been collaborating with each other. So I believe that at the moment, I mean, despite the fact that probably my presentation was a bit not negative, skeptic, critical, but right now is the constructive part. And I believe that regions can very much collaborate regardless of their position in Europe. I think this is a strength in itself. So I cannot foresee, and Phil, for example, is one of the projects I joined recently, but the leader is a Norwegian university, the Budapest Economics and Technology, University of Technology and Economics is part of that. There's a university in Spain, in Madrid. I mean, there are 26 partners. So, well, and regarding your question about the rural and the urban, I think that the regional studies has studied quite a lot these disparities, And if you check, for example, the good practices or the best in class, we know that those that they have developed the city regional strategies, I mean, those that they are connecting the rural and the cities and the hubs, are those being successful? I mean, and we have cases as well in Europe in which we can learn from. So probably the disparities in some countries are higher than others, but I would just embrace the concept of the city regions. I mean, I did my PhD in Oregon, in Portland, Oregon, in the US, probably the best case on that, but there are more cases as well. So I wouldn't be that, in my humble opinion, my humble perspective, I wouldn't be that critical on that.
I totally agree with Igor that it's important to collaborate and that we do have this opportunity to collaborate all over Europe and even beyond. However, there is still this innovation divide, and that reflects also the participation the European divide is still one of the big challenges when it comes to R&I in Europe. Taking the example of my region, so we are a transition region in cohesion terms, so we've really made a big steps over the last 20 years that we've been a part of the EU. However, when we look at the research and innovation side, we really have a lot of work to do. We're an emerging innovator with a small plus next to it, and our Horizon Europe participation rate is not what we would like to see. We'd really like it to be more. I think that these tools of geographical balance in project and just widening sub-programs are very important to actually help to raise this participation rate and help to really get this innovation RNI, not only innovation but RNI potential to the surface, because the excellence is there. We always say that Horizon is about excellence. I wouldn't say that there's no excellence in Central and Eastern Europe. It's definitely there, but there are other barriers that make our ecosystems, our universities, make it a little bit more difficult to participate in the European programs, and also have worse results when it comes to the RNI performance in general. So there is, I think, some work that has to be done on the EU side, but some work that also has to be done on the national side, on the regional side. We have to understand and we have to remember that investing in research, this is a long-term process. These are long-term investments. There is also national investment and national reforms needed, but we definitely need support from the EU programs to make them more inclusive. Thanks.
Well, yes, I can't agree more. There is excellence all over in Europe, but we can't deny, of course, that that certain regions have a less vivid ecosystem than others. And your region, Joanna, is a good example. I mean, I saw it some years ago. Developing, it is hard work. You need to invest in the basics, like bringing your universities up to standard, bringing research institutions there which are relevant. And the biggest part is the cooperation between public research and the private sector. I remember I was in a project with the World Bank, also in Poland, where we tried to make an example how to construct a technology transfer office that was in Rzeszów. And it was a technical university, and I assumed in my naivety that there is a vivid collaboration with the local ecosystem. No, there was not. And it took us, together with a lot of experts, because we wanted to make it a pilot, to see what needs to be done that this technology transfer office is working. And there were a lot of institutional barriers to go, also mentality barriers. For example, that, well, research is about publishing articles. It's not about patents, for example. And if a bright student has a patent, well, then usually there was little where they could go further. Find somebody, find a business that's interesting, found a business, and so on, though everything is in place. So I think the story is not so much about discrimination here. It's about being able and being competitive. Networking helps, absolutely. And this is something which is there. But don't forget that only 3% of Horizon funding goes to emerging innovators. 3%. While our money is 75%. And our money is not the excellence. It is about building up the ecosystem. And this needs to be done. And I think here, cooperation is very, very important. And it's taking a while, because it's about rethinking the approaches and putting the necessary elements in place. So that's a bit the thing. There's hard work and there's positive discrimination. And if the two comes together, then something can be achieved?
Very much in agreement as well with what you have mentioned, Wolfgang. There is, inevitably there is success attracts success. Those that are already successful with some companies, then they will have more projects with other companies and institutions that start attracting more funding, will continue attracting funding. And this is something that we were discussing also in the lunch break, that the areas that they are already high innovators in the end attract all the resources and attention from other areas as well. So there, indeed, that's kind of the positive discrimination that we need to make sure that politicians also pay attention to how to distribute these resources. There is, in many of I think the discussions are going very much into reforming in the future also the widening participation measures, because what we are seeing is that there are also a lot of disparities within the regions of widening countries, or also within regions of countries that are not part of the widening, because in the end, the extra resources that were given maybe to a capital in a widening country are then creating that effect of replicating more success, while other areas connected to that are, let's say, not well coordinated. So maybe looking in the future, what we are seeing is that we are still lacking a meaningful dialogue on the local needs and more engagement with the stakeholders, not only at European level, as we are having now with dialogues that we have with the Commission, but also with the member states, but really at the local level to understand what would be really make a different impact. That on the one hand, to create really policy, we need to have more coordination into the work that we're doing all together, but that has to reflect the local needs. Otherwise, we will not be able to streamline the work that each of the regions and each of the stakeholders have to do as well, each of the part of the sector. And the second part would be we need a wider understanding of what impact is, and we are still too narrow. Wolfgang, you mentioned publications, but also publications and patent are still narrow, and we need to become more holistic about the real impact that we make. And I think there, the social sciences and humanities, the social innovation, we need to which is very good, but we still need to go more deeper in understanding the social sciences and humanities and see how they can advance themselves to understand. Yeah.
Just building on that, thank you, because I love your way in which you frame the transdisciplinary in front of the inter and multi. I think it's the first time in a panel that someone just explained that, so congratulations. I would like to, in this direction, and building on that, and probably because we are talking about disparities and the starting point, because of, as you mentioned, the investment, the initial investment is different. But again, I'm going to underline something that probably I'm not going to happy if I'm going to leave the panel without underlying. Data-driven economy. I think that we are not seeing, and probably is connected with this transdisciplinary perspective. Ron Boschna focused from the economy perspective as Regional Studies Association person like me, member, in the input. I believe that we need to start thinking clearly in the social impact and social innovation of this. And probably, we are talking about disparities of regions, countries, member states, and what about the geopolitics? Because we didn't mention China, we didn't mention the US. I was Fulbright 2 years ago, and it's funny, but because in the US, they are envy about our social economic model, and that we have regulations, for example, that allows cities, regions, civil society, business, and public sector to reshuffle data altruism and data donation. We have data available. This can be a way in which we can improve public services, but also competitiveness of SMEs or companies in itself. So probably I'm just focusing on that because I can see an opportunity, for instance, in the US, they are calling here to organize data cooperatives, something that, for example, in my area in the Basque Country, and some others in Europe, but particularly, there are quite a lot of tradition on that. So don't forget that the strength of Europe is also the social model. And if we combine the social model with the data-driven economy, well, I'm not going to finish the sentence. I think this is enough to think about that. But I would be, as you can see, much more positive at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Maybe let me answer here. I'm fully with you. You are this one who will produce, and you will produce the jump, which Ron was saying that some regions, Extremadura, for example, need to get out of their structural trap. That's true. But what do you do with and this was my humble point, which I made at the beginning, if you have cities where 80% of all the processes and the data is still on paper, what will you do? So you can dream, so you need to do first put in the work and digitalize. That's what I meant. And it is not only, and you're coming from a privileged part of the world, but there are others which are lagging behind. It's also about understanding, because funding is there, but it's not used properly so often. So this is something where I think, and I'm the humble guy who's trying to lay the groundwork, and then the jumps and the excellence can come, I hope. So, but it needs hard work to do this before we really turn into a, how should I say, data-driven, social innovative Europe, with, in particular, in the beautiful places of Europe.
Just a comment. I agree with your point, with your realistic, let's say, updates. But once that you were talking, I had in mind, we tried to submit the paper 3 times. The 3 times they were rejected. I'm not the main author. With some, my colleagues from Tallinn Technological University. They are experts in residency program. The paper is this about, sorry, but the digitalization, that, I mean, was not even necessary for the residence program, and it's at the moment one of the leading programs from digital nomads worldwide. So again, and this is a European invention, like some others. I knew last day that Prepsi was from here, Skype was from here. I mean, we have some small cases. So yes, but probably we are a little bit advanced on moving from the analogic society to the digital. I think that we are already data-driven, because AI is reshuffling existing data. OpenAI is reshuffling our data these days. So, well.
Very difficult questions. Yeah. Okay. But I just noted to myself 3 very important issues. The capacity, what we need, and the capacity on administrative manner, and also in transdisciplinarity. Also the cooperation, and the time that these processes and development takes time. And by the way, we have just running out time. So I would like to thank you for your really valuable inputs, and I would like to ask the audience to continue the debate with you. And thank you for your presence, and thank you for your talks.
Thank you very much. Now we are having a little bit of a technical break, because we need to wait for the other breakout session members to come back to this room, where we will continue our program for today shortly. I would like to ask you not to go anywhere, because they will be here in a few minutes. Thank you very much. we would like to ask you to please take your seats, and I also encourage you to move a bit more to the front so you can see better. And also I would like to invite the participants of our next panel discussion to join me here on stage. Please enjoy the next session.
Welcome everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am István Nola, head of Corporate Services Directorate of the Hungarian Innovation Agency, and I brought to you a short overview about the current situation and about the task and mission of the Hungarian Innovation Agency. And after that, we have two guests where we are going to talk about the intervention points on regional level and the newly re-established territorial innovation platform. I would start with the challenges. The previous conversation being about the main challenges are facing mainly with China and the States. And on EU level, of course, we can easily identify a couple of points where we need to interfere, we need to improve, we need to grow. The productivity level is relatively low globally, and the investment in innovation and R&D still need to be improved. We are clearly see that the amount of the venture capital investments are lagging behind China and the States, which is the main catalyst for the high risk or medium risk level of R&D projects. Fragmentation of the single market is need to be tackled, and of course the digital transformation and the green transition are the two evergreen topics we need to handle. We have a really sound statistics. Only 4 of the top 5 tech companies are coming from Europe. Of course, USA, the States, having the biggest tech companies with global presence, and of course China is coming up. We can identify a lot of global applications or direct services coming from China, even in the social media scheme like the TikTok, and we are lagging behind. That's the fact. Mainly, not just the tech. This is a very sound statistics. Of course, we're not just talking about the tech industry, but you can see that the applications that you use on a daily basis, on a regular basis, are not coming from Europe. We can see that this is another statistic what I just would like to show. The number of patents that, of course, cannot represent the full potential or a full outcome, an R&D outcome of a country. But it's really sound statistic again that China and the States could present more than 2 million of patents in 2022, while this region you can see the amounts and the numbers. That doesn't necessarily mean that all the, of course, patent will reach the market. That's a long process. That's a process need to be managed and supported. But that's the fact we need to take into consideration that I'm really sad that we just miss Hungary, but the number here, what you cannot identify, is 1,145 patents in the specific year. Okay, how can we solve the competitiveness challenges? So what can be the interfering points? The massive investment, of course, needed. We can identify the numbers that we need to allocate to R&D projects and innovations. It's not just, of course, venture capital fund. That means the full circle of environment is underfinanced in this term. We need to be more focused. Later on, you will see how we can identify the Hungarian focal points, how we can identify the intervention points within the country. And I think what's more important to be able to face the challenge. If, we have seen that in the last week, the leaders of the European Union, Europe, have been participating in a multiple-day meeting in Budapest, and of course the competitiveness on a European level was a very important topic in those conversations. And once we see the sorry about the small changes, but okay, I try to comment. So when we see the competitiveness challenges, we were able to react. That's the point. We need to be able to launch instruments like the Hungarian Innovation Agency. We are able to focus the resources, not just the money, but the time, the human capacity, the researchers. And of course, we need to improve the numbers at the end. So what numbers we have now? Of course, we have some benefits. We have the lowest corporate rate in the EU. That's a great supporting factor for the R&D activities. We have dedicated state funding for R&D. That's not unique, but of course, we don't have only the GINOP money, the operational program for which coming from the EU, and of course we have an FDI policy and a strong quadruple helix activity, which we are going to talk about with our guests. And of course, as I mentioned, focusing the resources, time, energy, money, and human resources is a key, because none of these resources is endless. The focus points, what I just mentioned, are the digital transformation, the healthy living, and the green transition. We have a +1, that is the security and safety. We have the Neumann program that has just identified those focus points, and from the national or from the international EU funds need to be focused on these 3 focus points, and we need to be able to support these kind of projects. They need to be able to reach the market at the end of the day. The Hungarian Innovation Agency is a part of the ecosystem. You may know the National Research Development and Innovation Office acting as an owner of the National Innovation Agency, the Hungarian Innovation Agency, and since the NRDI office is acting as a funding agency, we're acting as a supporting professional one. You can see the ecosystem and the structure of the renewed Hungarian innovation ecosystem. you see that the levels we have identified and continuously trying to identify the healthy interventional level of the state, because we believe that the state has a really strong, has to be really strong presence in the R&D ecosystem. But of course, there are some tasks that the market need to handle. You can see that in the middle in the supporters group, we have the National R&D Office and the Hungarian Innovation Agency. We have the Research Council. And you can see that how the R&D policy is being built up by these elements. What is more important is that the previously mentioned Neumann programs has 3 points that the full strategy is built on. The association, the closer collaboration between universities, research institutions, and the economic. We have a small modification in the approach in the last year. Previously, the R&D project mainly focused on the TRL, the technological readiness level, and the market readiness, the customer readiness level was not so preferred, wasn't so highlighted the previous program, in the previous programs, but after that modification, the TRL level is of the same importance that the business readiness or the customer readiness level. So we are a little bit, we took a step closer for towards the venture capital approach. We really need to believe, and the companies need to be able to present how the service or the product will reach the right buyer persona in the right market. They need to be able to present the competitors, and therefore a little bit new and maybe higher quality activity just happened in the last couple of years, because R&D activity is not a large polar activity, and at the end of the day we need to be able to present revenues, we need to be able to growth, and we need to be able to hit the right buyers. So the impact is all about the market impact at the end of the day, and the measurement. Of course, we need to be able to follow every impact in numbers of the interventions we made. Okay, just a short mission of the Innovation Agency. So we try to support the entrepreneurs and the researchers. At the same time, we are acting as a link, as a hub in a quadruple helix, hopefully. And of course, we try to facilitate the innovative companies and startups. We need to have more startups and more successful startups at the same time. It's really important to have more and more companies that are built on some innovations. According to the numbers, just 1 out of 3 companies in Hungary doing innovation. The target is that 1 out of every 2 companies should do it. So raise the percentage of 33, 34 to 15. That's a global, that's a national level mission. And of course, the visibility is also important, because we need to be able to sell ourselves or product or service to the world. Or target or aim or goal is not just to be world famous in Hungary, but really, be able to get revenue globally. So the National Innovation Agency trying to cover the full scope, life cycle thinking, what we try to implement, and of course international level, especially at the startups that must think and plan and design their product and service globally from the scratch. We have a portfolio we try to cover with different services. You can see that I represent the corporate services where we have the direct contact with the companies and startups. But of course, we have educational services. We have the Hungarian Startup University program, technology services. We have an expand program that helps the global presence of the companies and the innovation products and services. We have an ecosystem analytic group, and of course, a communication and PR group. And what is more important, and where our two guests is coming from, the renewed territorial innovation platform. And I would like to invite our two guests, Professor Dr. Csaba Deák from Northern Hungary, and Professor Dr. Zoltán Kónya from Southern Plain Hungary, for a small discussion about how we could imagine the interventions of the regional innovation ecosystem, and what is the personal opinions and plans regarding this. Thank you for your attention. My very first question, since you are deeply involved in every part of the quadruple helix, since you are coming from university scientific world, but strongly involved in the market as well, so the education, the market, and of course the governmental part also represented by you. What is your experience regarding the very complex situation, not just in Europe, but for Hungary, how we can interfere in the regional R&D activity, and how you can personally see the main interventional points in the regional R&D activity. Csaba?
Oh, we jumped in the deep water immediately. So before we are moving to answer this question, let me introduce my region and my home. So I'm from the northern east part of Hungary. You can see Aster, right Aster. And the center, the hub of this region, not this region, the Basque country, Borsod-Baden-Württemberg country where I'm living, where we are working, is Miskolc. The county has about 620,000 habitants, residents. And if just very brief history, industrial history of this region, before 1990 it was the heavy industry center of Hungary, this region and my hometown, Miskolc. And after 1990, after the political and economic change, 34 years ago, everything collapsed. Everything collapsed because the industrial structure changed, especially the metallurgical industry, which was the basis of our power. The biggest company had at that time 16,000 employees and now 0 employees, so it's absolutely bankruptcy. And not only this company, but most of the companies at that time went to the bankruptcy. So we have to rebuild the industry in this region and in this country. And I have to say that it was a success story in the last 10, 15 years. Because we have in the county 40,000 companies, enterprises. I think this is the largest countryside if we are looking for the different countries outside of Budapest. Hungary is very centralized, so R&D and I and the capital and everything is focused or centralized in Budapest, so you can find not just 20% that the inhabitants, but higher percentage. And the large companies arrived. The biggest company in the town is Robert Bosch with automotive and power tools units. In the region, we can find a heavy chemical center of Hungary. The Borsod-Chem is one of the largest Chinese investment in Central Europe. It's a chemical company, belongs to the Wanhua. The more petrochemical companies in the region as well. So we are very strong with large companies. There is a double face in the industry because we have a lot of SMEs. Maybe the reason of that, this special structure is that the foreign investment arrived late to our region compared with the western part of Hungary, and who wanted to stay in our region without job, without potential multinational companies job. We had to be very creative. So I think the SMEs are very creative, and the people in our region are very creative because they had to survive the 90s and the first part of the 2000 years. So double faces, we have very strong, rich SMEs in the region. We have large companies already as well. We are one of the strongest industrial region in Hungary again. But double faces in the society as well, because we have rich guys and the poverty is very high in our region as well. So double faces in every time. Back to the question that what we can do. For our region is one of the most important to keep the talents in the region or bring back them, because without them we can be just a workflow or workshop, and the productivity of the SMEs is less than the large companies in our region as well, so we have to improve them performance. Even they are strong in Hungarian level, but the competitiveness, international competitiveness, it's a question mark. And from the other hand, not just keep the talents, but for the SMEs need talents as well, need information. When we are speaking about the digitalization, we are speaking about the AI, we are speaking about the productivity. The Hungarian productivity data of the SMEs, it's terrible. So the micro companies in Hungary give 43% of the productivity of the large companies. The medium-sized companies make 73%, so we have job to improve them productivity, and we have job, we have to work on the motivation of innovation as well, because they haven't got time, they haven't got information, they haven't got money to be innovative. But this is the basis of the competitiveness of them.
Thank you. Professor Dr. Konya is really familiar with the connection between the scientific and the economic part, since he received one of the most prestigious innovation award thanks to the industrial application of nanocomposites. How do you see the current situation? What can be the role of the state in this case? What interventions should be taken? What were the best practices that need to be continued? And what new interventions would you see, would you suggest, would you think good for the region?
Thank you very much. Just a small introduction as Professor Deax did. University of Szeged is on the southern part of Hungary, and actually we are not only the center of these 3 counties, but the whole region, including Serbia here and Romania there. So I mean that it's a huge region, and we are in the center of the region, and kind of opposite to Miskolc, this is an agricultural region. So I mean that we don't have too much large industries. It is changing, but I will tell you more about this. So we have not too many SMEs, very few larger companies, and on the other side, the University of Szeged is one of the best, if not the best, research university of Hungary. So this is a kind of, let's say, fighting with the companies, because most of the innovation is at the university and not in the companies. It's a kind of strange situation. So actually, this kind of territorial innovation platform can help us to bring together the two parts, the academia and the institute, sorry, the companies. As a material scientist myself, I am as a material scientist. My opinion is rather logical and not following the rules most of the time. So if I don't understand the rules, then I cannot follow it because it's not logical for me. So I had to understand why the territorial innovation platform was built by the office and what's the aim of this kind of innovation platform. After I think it's 4 years or 5 years ago, we started the whole process, something like that. And I can tell you that it starts working. So I mean that, of course, every university has the companies around it, either from the ex-students, either from the ex-researchers, or just building companies because the university of there. But as I mentioned, that in Szeged it's not easy because there were no large companies, so there was no an anchor company to control the region. Now it's changing. So the BYD started to build one of the biggest factory in Europe, actually, close to Szeged. So actually, with this tip, we have to kind of move into the direction of car or automotive industry. And with this this innovation platform, it's much easier because we are moving together. So so this is kind of advantage that this innovation platform exists. On the other hand, it was shown, and there is a life cycle of the office, the life cycle of innovation for SMEs, and then how the innovation can go really far from the idea itself. And I have a quite strict opinion about this, that the basic problem in Hungary is the education. So I mean, there is this stupid joke, sorry for the joke, that can you play on guitar? No. And if I give you $100, this is kind of the similar situation. I mean, that if we, in the education, really in the low-level education, I mean, at primary schools or even below, we have to somehow show the kids how the kind of static knowledge. So they have to learn something and they have to give it back. This is a static knowledge. In 2024, it's not useless, but we should move forward further a bit, because the kids can find everything on the computer or on the phone. So I mean that if you want to teach the kids that where was the first gun made in China or something, they just 15 seconds and they can find it. They should learn how to put together things. This is kind of group work, let's say, for example. But if you start this kind of education at the universities, then it will not work. And this is kind of negative, my negative feeling that we should go down really to even. This is my personal opinion, to kindergarten, to show the kids that how to work in groups.
I can strongly agree, because the innovation cannot just be detected via innovative products and services, but processes as well. The government just launched a program that can support more than 2,000 SMEs mainly small companies, but not support the development of a service or a product. We need to a little bit, how can I say, comment this kind of call, because what kind of innovation call but doesn't support any development of a service or a product, but it supports the innovation of the processes. And we need to translate the innovation. I think, teaching and educating the actors in the region shouldn't be necessarily started by explaining what kind of services or products need to develop, but small changes could be enough. If you can produce cheaper, faster, safer way, with less manual activity, that is innovation, regardless your original intention. So we try to establish that part of thinking. If you improve your process, that probably will be an innovation. And that's the way how you shouldn't stop thinking of how you can be better, be more active, be more efficient, more safe, quicker, because that's going to be innovation. And this is as simple as it.
Definitely, this is a very, very important point, actually. So as a vice rector, I am responsible for science and innovation at the University of Szeged. And it was at least 2 years to teach the researchers that the innovation is not only the computers or the wheel or something, but the processes as well. And they have to understand, the researchers and teachers have to understand that sometimes it's even more important than the wheel itself. The University of Szeged has 4 legs, actually: the research, education, the third mission, and healthcare, because we have the clinics. And for example, in the healthcare, most of the time the innovation is just as incremental innovation, a bit more patient, shorter waiting time, and so on and so on. And this is most important for the society than just finding a new MRI or something.
I've been invited last week in one of the biggest automotive associations even, and they are always talking about the suppliers. Of course, if they want to be better, cheaper, faster, they need to improve their suppliers, tier 1, tier 2. That's all about processes, because they don't produce a full car, of course, but just a small part of the end product, and that assumes that they need to improve the processes. That's it. And this kind of activities, this kind of intervention points, not just communicate, but supports providing non-refundable funds. Like in this case, the companies can have around 120k euros to improve their processes, not just for production, but even for sales and marketing as well.
Just to the question, to the process innovation grant. So I appreciate absolutely these new challenges, and basically also in Oslo manual you can find 2 kinds of innovation: product service innovation and process innovation. And we are forgetting very often that not just product service innovation is existing in the world, and sometimes the product or the business model innovation give more results for us. So there are some period in the industries when the product innovation is very important, product service innovation, based on the new technologies, based on the new opportunities which are given by the technologies. And when the technologies development slowing down, the process innovation has a huge role for competitiveness of the companies, and this is the answer for the SMEs, what I mentioned in the first question. So just I remember that Gassmann is a Swiss consultant researcher. He created the St. Gallen model, so different kind of, or he collected the St. Gallen business models. He mentioned that if you find a better business model, maybe you can get much more results that with a new product. So I don't want to say that the product innovation or service innovation is not important, but sometimes the process innovation give more for the competitiveness of the companies that in that time some product innovation.
I did personally love those kind of confused questions that the future SMEs asked me, what kind of call is this? It doesn't support any service and product innovation, because that's a proof that this kind of intervention was successful, because the mindset a little bit changed, and that was the original goal, to highlight the importance of the process innovation.
And for me, it's another question. Is a question in this grant. So yes, it's not tangible, the final end for the first point of view. How we can measure the success of the project. So this is what are the key elements? What could be the KPIs, which is measurable for this grant?
Of course, measuring the innovation is another point, a topic, which is also an intervention in the mindset, because to be able to answer what impact this kind of call for proposal can cause assumes that you know your basic numbers, your base numbers, because it's really simple. If your production time was X, and after the innovation was X minus 10, that's the impact, and you can transfer it to productivity, revenue, extra margin, whatever. My last question, because time is running and time is up, how do you imagine in the next couple of years, not just on regional level, but on national level, how we can improve, and what are, again, the main intervention points? Just one. Maybe you already answered this, because communication and changing the mindset should be or could be the base of everything. But what practical intervention point you would pick for the next 3 years?
For me, actually, the most important point is that the territorial innovation platforms should be able to not control, but give advices to the office. I mean, what kind of projects we should work on, these kind of things. It is very important. That because if I'm just going there and saying that I can tell you what is on the website of the office, then it's nothing. I'm just in the following mode. I should be in the leading mode.
I will answer my own questions after.
In one word, it's very difficult, maybe in 4 words, so 1 + 3 words. One is that motivation from the company level, and 3 other words, information, time, and money for them.
I think there is no bad answer. My interpretation is that the platform should be as close to the SMEs and the future startup as possible. We need to be able to read their minds, read their needs. We need to be able to measure the impacts of the interventions we just made. So try to be as close to the SMEs as possible, because that's the only way to be effective as a state regulator, supporter, or a consultancy company like the Innovation Agency. That's my point of view, and I'm really curious about the next years. And I think if the buyer personas, the SMEs and the startups will feel that they wouldn't let alone, and they really feel that the impacts, the needs will meet the interventions, I think it can be, and it will be a successful activity and successful intervention. That's my point of view. Thank you for the conversation, gentlemen, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, to catch up a little bit with our delay, we will have a 15-minute coffee break. So please come back to the room at 3:35.
each other before? No. Okay. Yes.
We kindly ask you to take your seats in order to continue with our program. And this is our last session today, but it's going to be very interesting for all of us as it is about success stories and successful projects. So I kindly ask everyone to please join us in the plenary room and take their seats.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is our very final session before the wrap-up, so I guess you are pretty tired after a long day. We try to make it still interesting enough not to fall asleep. So primarily I would like to introduce our dear panel members. Marina Papageorgiou, if I pronounced well. She's coming from Cyprus, from the Cyprus Institute. She's leading the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center and a very interesting project called Emvrinov. She will talk about it first. She has a background also in communication for several large EU projects, and she's also a certified coach, so I will be very interested about the personal and social aspects of innovation from her. Then we have Zsolt Pásztor, who is the executive director of Hungarian Premet Ltd, which is a Hungarian medical device provider company, right? But also the international director for Medicluster, a cluster of medical devices providers, manufacturers, and which is dedicated to collaborate, especially in innovation, right? And our third speaker is Torina Antoni. She's also Greek, I've just got to know, but she's based in Eindhoven, and she's a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Technology in Eindhoven, and her work centers on strategic decision making, stakeholder engagement, and she will tell us more about an interesting project called Cooperate. So very briefly, I will pass on the floor immediately to our speakers, but before that, allow me just a quick flashback of the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, and because all of our three speakers coming from very different regions in terms of innovation, right? In Hungary, we are rather in the emerging innovation field. In Cyprus, probably it's upgraded to moderate innovation region, while in the Netherlands, Eindhoven, you are strong or even innovation leader, right? So this background, and in addition, the ladies have a research, innovation, and university profile and background, while Zsolt has a chemical engineering background, right? I forgot to introduce myself, Christina Deli. I have an economic and environmental economics background, and after 10 years in Brussels, I'm back to Budapest and also involved in a I3 project. It's called the GREET-C project, Green Transition in Central and Eastern Europe. Apologies. So, and all the three of them are coordinators of this project. which is probably a difficult, different engagement and the different challenges for all of them. So I will also ask them to talk about in their speech or after in the discussions, and you are also welcome to join this discussion. I will be very curious to see what will be the success criteria of actually winning this project. Actually, it's already a big success winning such a project in an emerging or moderate innovator region, right? And what are the special challenges linked with this coordination role, right? Then we will discuss about the key factors and steps, what can facilitate real-life connection of the research and innovation. So how can innovation connected between the SMEs, innovative SMEs with the public sector, right? And what are the new challenges associated with recent changes in the geopolitical, climate, technology fields? We've had quite a lot of time, a lot of things in the past years. And yeah, I think it's pretty a lot. I will remind you of these questions afterwards, but I give the floor now to Marina.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. So we've prepared some slides. I'll just speak to them. As Christina said, my name is Marina Papageorgiou. I'm from the Cyprus Institute. Here to talk to you in my capacity as coordinator of the ENVRINOV project. So ENVRINOV, what is it, first of all? So it stands for Environment, Research, Infrastructure, Innovation Strategy. And the project has set out to do just that. I'm just looking for the, oh, thank you. The project has set out to do just that. So coordinate a common innovation strategy for research infrastructures in the environment domain, and aiming to do that for research infrastructures across Europe. So to give a sense of the scale of the ambition of the project, that includes 26 research infrastructures that are in themselves associated with about 150 research performing organizations. So it's an ambitious goal. And what the project aims to do is bring together efforts that have been ongoing for a few years now from individual RIs and from other past projects working on aspects of innovation, and harmonize them, create some cohesion across their activities, and create a common strategy that would allow the RIs to increase their capacity on innovation, engage with the ecosystem, particularly the private sector, to meet the needs that exist in Europe on green transition and other technologies that need to be developed to be able to meet the scientific and policy challenges that we're facing and we've been discussing all through the day today. To be able to do that, a key aspect of the project is developing tools, common policies, and most importantly, the community, so the networks that will be able to support the implementation of the strategy after the end of the project. So we recognize that a strategy alone will not be able to bring any results, but planning during the project to set up a business model and a financing mechanism to be able to implement it after its end is a key goal. And what that means in practice for the project is leading with understanding the needs of the ecosystem and the gaps that exist in terms of technologies and innovations, that collaboration between the RI's activities on innovation and closer connection with industry could meet, both in terms of scientific needs, policy needs, and market needs. The other big component is building internal capacity for research infrastructures. So creating training, awareness campaigns, digital tools that can be used to enhance the capacity of ERICs and infrastructures in other stages of development, as well as putting a big focus on networks and community building. So by discussing with many of you during the break and just in general, we're all aware that collaboration between science and industry, closer collaboration, is key to accelerating innovation, but it's not always easy. So one of the key aspects that we're trying to address is setting up a common vocabulary and getting the two sides, that we say, of innovation closer to each other and collaborating. And a key reason and a key approach for doing that is identifying win-win deals and situations where they can be brought together. And the idea is that doing all of this could lead to increasing European competitiveness in this area. When we were discussing this presentation with Christina, one of the questions was, what do you think is one of the key success factors for the proposal? Because the project had only started in January this year, so I cannot talk of the success of the project, but I can talk of the success of the proposal. And again, going back into the question of the ecosystem and getting the ecosystem involved, starting with the ENVI community, very important for us was having some sort of representing the complexity of the community. And that meant getting RIs involved from all 4 domains in the environment. And also getting representation from RIs at different stages of development, because their needs and their complexities are different, as well as bringing in the RIs and organizations that had led either as coordinators or work package leaders past activities, so to build on the knowledge of the community. And as coordinator, I am from the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center of the Cyprus Institute, which is a teaming center of excellence that was established through the widening call, the European funding. And since doing that in 2020, we have been deeply involved in building place-based innovation within Cyprus at national level, at a regional level, and due to the focus of our center within the wider Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. So we are able to bring the experience of building collaboration within, let's say, complex and changing sociopolitical situations. As well as having, as an organization, RIs in different domains and close collaborations with them. So this was part of the recipe, let's say, that allow us to bring that together. And the other note I wanted to make in terms of the success of the proposal, but what we're trying to make a key component of the project as well, is focusing on the needs of the stakeholders that are involved and are needed to be able to build a strategy that is both useful and also usable. And to do that, we have to lead with why. Why should the different stakeholders care about this project, about a common strategy for innovation, about getting involved? How can getting them involved in this process benefit them? So what is the win for them? And then what can we do to actually realize it? And here I just have in this slide some of the real-world impacts that have been foreseen for each type of stakeholder for being involved in the project. But this is also a key part of the implementation approach that we're changing to actually create something that matters and can be used and can be implemented after the end of the project. So I will keep it here for the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. We will definitely have plenty of questions. Also, keep your questions. We might have some time to discuss afterwards in the panel. So you mentioned the complexity that you managed to involve in this project as a key success factor for winning this proposal. I pass on the floor immediately to Zsolt, who will talk about a very interesting I3 project, a capacity building project.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Zsolt Pásztor, and I represent Medicluster and also the community of the I3 HICE project that are represented here by several members by accident. Yes. Sorry. Yes, so this is MediCluster, and in fact I will speak about this introduction or presentation about the successes of MediCluster, and for us the success was to get involved in the international community and the international value chain, and also the successes of the I3 HICE project that started 1 year ago, and we already have tangible results. First of all, I would like to present MediCluster, which is a network of Hungarian medical device producers and service providers. Its mission is to provide state-of-the-art products and services. The cluster was funded in 2006. On the slide you can see the gentlemen who played and still play a key role in the running of in the establishment and also in the management of the cluster. I think it's very important to note that we work on a voluntary basis, so it means that and from the member fees, so we do not get any subsidy for our activity, which sometimes make it challenging and difficult. And well, you can value the results that we have reached so far in view of this. The cluster has 33 members, 5 universities and 2 research institutes. Concerning the geographical coverage, we have naturally 1 seat and in total 5 directorates, regional directorates. These the regional directorates cover the entire country. We have 2 working groups. One is 3D printing in the health sector, and the other one is artificial intelligence. Concerning the accreditations, in Hungary we were accredited already 4 times, and also we have the bronze label of the Cluster Excellence Award. And concerning the memberships, let's say until 2022 we were not very active, making alliances or just to limited extent. In 2022 we were founding members of the Hungarian Cluster Alliance, which became part of the member of the European Cluster Alliance. And 2024, I mean this year, was a very, might say, successful year for us in terms of international collaborations, because we became member of CBER. It was a nice story, by the way. Also, we joined the European Cluster Collaboration Platform and also the NoboCup community. And concerning the challenges, from the international point of view, in 2022, as I mentioned, we were not very active, so it was our activity and the presence was quite limited. We participated to a few expositions. Also, let's say, the cluster itself didn't have any international program or project. And well, few of the members participated in international research and development activities and projects. So the objective was to get involved in the international network. This was the challenge or the objective for the cluster itself, and concerning the members, to help them to be involved in international innovation project or in the international innovation value chain. I think a key element or a key point in the life of the cluster was the appointment of a director responsible for international relations. It's me, practically, and well, it resulted that this commitment and also this appointment that we became more active at international levels. And as I mentioned, we became members in different organizations, but also get involved in international projects. One of them is the I3 HICE. And it was also an interesting story. How did we became the leader of that project? And concerning the project, this is a project implemented in frame of the I3 Strand 2B capacity building call. And its objective is the boosting of the interregional cooperation in the innovation cooperation in the health sector. It has 9 partners from 6 countries. And what is, I think, interesting to see is that these partners and the countries somehow create a block because they are interlinked. This is quite rare, as I realized, in other IC projects. And here on the last slide, you can see the results that we have already achieved, primarily in relation to this or linked to this I3 HICE project. And well, you can see that we have already submitted projects together, or at least a great majority of the partners was involved in a project related to Ukraine. This was a successful project. As MediCluster, we have another project that will be submitted tomorrow, or maybe has already been submitted today, for an I3 call also. We also submitted project where members and from MediCluster and also partners has been involved. We have also project where only the members are involved, but in any case the validation of the project and the ecosystem building was supported by the project and the partners of the project. And one of them was submitted for an Eureka Smart call. And well, we are very proud that this project, in which, by the way, Premet is also involved, got the label. So we have the possibility, or had the possibility, to submit the national application. And the applications are at present under evaluation. So I think this, and also we have capacity building type activities, as I mentioned, like we developed services. We also have a peer review meeting. And well, this is just a coincidence that this peer review meeting will take place tomorrow and after tomorrow. So the coincidence of the two programs take place in parallel, and that's the reason that the colleagues from the project might be present in a greater number. Okay, very briefly.
Thank you very much, Joel. If I recall from our discussion, you didn't start with this project as leader, right? What are the challenges associated with?
Oh, okay, I can use this microphone.
And how did you become leader of this?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, it was an interesting story because, well, First, we thought that the best is to join a consortium and to start our presence and activity in the international projects in this way. I tried to contact different international partners, but somehow we were not successful. In any case, we wanted to participate in the project and in this call and submit an application. So finally, we thought that we will try to organize a consortium ourselves. Unfortunately, we didn't have a good, how to say, network or appropriate network, but fortunately there was a lady, Agnes Frank, who had appropriate relations. We had a discussion with her, and she could mobilize his network. And I'm very grateful for the partners that we had a project idea, and they accepted this project idea and also supported us to, or even encouraged us to become a partner in this project. So finally we submitted the application, and it was a nice result that we could win it.
Thank you, Joël. Finally, after a thematic let's say on healthcare proposal, we come back to research. Eindhoven University again. Torina, you will talk us about the Cooperate project.
And sorry, Christina, but I'll stand. I cannot speak with the slides on my back. And bear with me, I have a couple more slides, because I would like really to show some of the outcomes of our project. We thought this is the perfect audience to share some of our first results with you. So Cooperate project stands for Coordinating and Piloting Actions Toward Air Hubs as Inter- and Intra-Regional Ecosystem for Knowledge Production. And this project, the context for it is the Council conclusions of November 2021 on the governance of the ERA and Pact for RNI in Europe, but also the Action 15 of the ERA policy agenda, and the most recent New European Innovation Agenda of March 2024, which basically places the importance of ERA hubs for the European innovation landscape. Cooperate started in January last year, and it will be continuing until the June 2025. We are 7 partners. Eindhoven University is leading, also with Brainport Eindhoven from the Netherlands. And then we have 2 partners in Denmark, the Danish Technical University and the Science City Lyngby, Czech Technical University in Prague, STAM in Italy, and IDEA Consult in Brussels. The way that we define ERA Hub is basically a central access point which stimulates the knowledge flow among quadruple helix actors to foster excellent and sustainable place-based ecosystems. And what ERA Hub should do is provide a range of services to accelerate knowledge valorization and improve interregional collaboration. And how did we reach this definition? Basically, our methodology is based on a series of co-creation arenas. So we have conducted so far 13 co-creation sessions with participants from different disciplines and different sectors. We have completed our first piloting phase in Czech Republic in collaboration with the Danish and Dutch ecosystems. And we have launched our Call for Champions, which has been extended for 10 more days. So anyone who is interested can still apply for that. And this phase will end up in selecting 2 additional emerging ecosystems that we're going to validate the findings from the first piloting phase. And our objective is to issue policy recommendations for future policy measures in developing and strengthening the ERA hubs. The way we see ERA hubs is really centered, is putting the universities and the university-based intermediates in the center. We have identified 7 lines of action that every ERA hub should have in order to strengthen their ecosystems. And the reason that we have put universities in the center, because universities are in the better place to lead the first steps of knowledge valorization flows, starting from knowledge production to knowledge transformation and knowledge valorization. And they're also in the best place to coordinate with the other quadruple helix actors along the knowledge valorization flows. In terms of what we have come up so far, we have these concrete tools in order to strengthen area hubs. The first one is a self-assessment tool that is aimed at measuring the ecosystem, the maturity of the ecosystem in ecosystem readiness level. And basically through this tool, we would like to identify the strengths and weaknesses of each ecosystem across the 7 lines of action. Then the playbook will basically offer a range of well-informed recommendations per each line of action, tailored to the needs of each ecosystem. And the toolbox will provide concrete tools in supporting basically each ecosystem in implementing the Area Hub framework model. And all of these tools and the self-assessment one will be included in the Area Hub platform, which basically will allow applicants and other stakeholders to have access to these tools, but also the possibility to connect to other ecosystems and learn from each other. And this is for us a very important finding, that Area Hubs should be seen as a process. We heard it earlier in the previous panel that innovation is about the process. So this is really about a learning process where universities will be leading and coordinating the actors in this platform. What is the self-assessment tool about? Basically, we have selected a set of KPIs per line of action, and our way of implementing is really assessing the maturity level based on the continuum of networking stages, starting from basic networking to coordinated networking to loose coordination for compatible goals, and then joint activities and co-creation for collaboration. So this is the spectrum of maturity of ecosystems. And then I would like to leave you with that, and would really like to hear from you what you think of our findings so far. You can find more information about our project if you follow the QR code, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Torina. When listening to you, and all of you, I had a question on the challenges you have faced or you have been facing. For example, connecting these research area hubs and getting down really to those at the end of the innovation value chain. For example, getting this to SMEs or innovative SMEs, how you can connect with them and how you can involve them into this work. That's one of my questions. And how do you think, within your region, how do you think the local mentality influences these innovations, and also your work as coordinators of these projects? We've heard in the former session that the local mentality influences the local, well, we know by ourselves as well, but it was mentioned in the former session that influences the local innovation ecosystems. And since we are in different regions, from emerging, moderate to innovation leadership, how do you feel this influences your daily work in this project, and also your challenges as consortium leaders? For example, local mentality, I'm thinking of different personalities, also personality and teamwork, but if you have any reflection on this, I don't know who wants to go first. Yes, Marina?
Thanks for that question. I would say that, of course, culture and cultural specificities play a role, but in our case, we found that, you know, one of the key challenges to unlock is how to get scientists and industry players to collaborate better together and do it more often, and do it for the benefit of the economy and the environment and knowledge and innovation. And this is a challenge that seems to transcend borders, perhaps with the exception of some innovation with some regions that are leaders on innovation, and these partnerships are already established, and the benefits for doing that are already well known. It seems to be that this question of how to unlock the potential between the collaboration of industry and science more closely seems to be one that is consistent across regions, and this is why this is a key focus for us within the context of the project.
Okay, so may I continue? Thank you. Concerning the project, the leadership of the project, well, we were, let's say, the cluster itself was a newcomer because we didn't have international project before, but the persons who works for the cluster has a sound experience, in certain cases 20 years of experience in managing EU-funded projects, so it was not a problem for us. And the partners are all experienced, so we didn't have such kind of difficulties at all. On the map you could see that more or less we are from the same block or the surrounding countries, so the mentality more or less the same, so we didn't create any problem neither. Concerning the challenges, what I see is that, and this is on one hand at national level and also at international level, is that how to collaborate or develop a good collaboration at regional level between the actors of the quadruple helix. Because what I can see is that, for example, MedioCluster also has a good network, both in Hungary and now we can say internationally as well. This is same for the universities, so they have or their own network, international network. What is missing, in fact, and also the innovation agencies in Hungary have certain networks, the government institutions have their network, but what is really missing is the regional collaboration between these actors, for example, in Hungary. So that's the reason, for example, the topic of the peer review meeting that we will have tomorrow is how to improve the collaboration between the different actors in one region. I think it's very, very important to collaborate on one hand to share information what they collect in their network. So this is one thing, to harmonize our activity. Or, for example, we could see or hear today in the previous panel session that the National Innovation Agency provides certain services for the companies. So it's good to know what are the services they provide, because it means that as a cluster we do not have to develop those services, because we can rely on those services. So I think this is a very important challenge that we have to address to improve the regional collaboration between the actors. And maybe if I also add an additional challenge is to run a cluster or a non-profit organization without any funding, just from voluntary work and member fees. So this can be done to a certain extent, but I would say this is not sustainable. And if the clusters are important players of this quadruple helix collaboration, I think they could also be supported to a certain extent. I learned that the situation in other Eastern European and Central European countries is similar. I mean, they do their activities without any funding. The contrary to the organizations in Western Europe, where roughly 50% of the budget comes from state or regional fundings. So I think this should also be changed and improved.
Thank you. I don't know, Torina, if you want to reflect on this, or maybe just add something, because you are the only region, like a innovation leader region you're coming from. So what do you think towards the end of, or the second part of the project, what concrete results do you see, or what do you see, what would be your advice to these regions or more emerging or moderate innovators region, SMEs, how they could get better into the international innovation value chains? What would be your advice?
I think that your question relates to the first one, because that's also very context specific. So what we've seen from our project, we cannot really compare the different regions. Eindhoven is as you said, is leading. And when what we figured out also from our first piloting phase and talked to our Czech partner and the stakeholders there, is that we talk about quadruple helix and the importance of involving them in research, to bridge research and innovation communities. However, one of the main challenges that they encounter there, that they don't even experience triple helix collaborations. So it's a completely different basis if we compare our experience with the Czech Republic and Brainport Eindhoven. However, at the same time, Brainport was mentioned this morning as an example of success. However, the reason that it has reached there, it's also very context and historically embedded to its own crisis as a region that has gone through in order to reach the level now of basically having such a close research, having such close linkages to industry. Not only we produce scientific research that is immediately translated into practical insights and also products and services that can be marketable, but we also train talent that is immediately retained in the region, and that's one of the biggest successes. So that's why we also think in this project, and that's why we support that Era Hubs should be this platform that allows universities to lead the innovation process, the knowledge valorization flows in more regions, and that could be a way from other less advanced regions, like the one that we have piloted so far, to learn from each other, to perhaps not immediately extrapolate the best practices from one region to another, because that, as I said, that will be context specific, but learn from each other and perhaps use certain programs that can help the knowledge transfer and talent transfer from one region to another.
Thank you, Torina. This reminds me of the former sessions we had. One of the para sessions we had here. The colleagues from University of Miskolc and Szeged, they were telling about that the biggest issue for them is retaining minds in their regions. So maybe that's a nice. One of the nice conclusions from our panel now. For the moment, I would let our speakers discuss and network, because that's why we are here, after the wrap-up session. I think we are pretty tired. We're looking at you. And before moving to the next session, I would like to thank you very much for your excellent attention during the day. Even during the last session, and I would like to invite you, maybe a little bit reorient your attention to our project, if I may, about the Great Sea project, and let us know your questions. What we really try here is to link innovative SMEs in the field of the green energy transition, make them talk together, build their capacities, and I invite you to have your reactions and questions there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for all the speakers, panelists, keynote speakers, audience members today for your valuable contribution, great, invaluable ideas and comments. Today I learned a lot of things, but now I'm going to highlight one. I learned that the 13th of November is actually World Kindness Day. I don't know whether you knew it, I didn't. So now I would like to kindly thank you for today's participation and kindly let you go to have some time before the networking dinner. And we are going to do the wrap-up of the content and the takeaway messages tomorrow in the closing session. And I would like to ask Dora to say a few practicalities about the networking dinner. And with, are you here, Dori? Somewhere? Okay. My other colleague is going to call her. That is what the organizers do all the time, run around and make sure that everything is okay. Thank you. So with all that, we would like to welcome you at the gala dinner and tomorrow as well in our conference. And Dori, please say a few words about the practicalities. Thank you very much for today's attention, participation.
Thank you very much, Borbala. We've prepared a short information slide for you about the gala dinner, so to make sure that everyone will find their way and arrive. The gala dinner is going to take place at the Széchenyi Thermal Bath Ballroom. So it's not the thermal bath, but the entrance is next to it. We also prepared a little map for you. If you arrive with Metro Line M1 and you get off from the metro, you can see the red arrows that show the way to the entrance of this ballroom. We will be there from 6:30 and we will be waiting there for you, and the dinner itself will start at 7 o'clock. I would like to ask everyone to bring your badge to the dinner with you, because we will need that for the admission into the ballroom. So thank you very much and see you at the dinner.